integration and business, which is generously supported by Deloitte. During the past 6 years, this joint conference with Deloitte has focused on two broad themes: the interaction between Europe. These conferences have allowed us to touch upon a range of different subjects, especially the workshops organized inside of those conferences have allowed us to cover both different issues, and our conference focuses, as already indicated, as you can see in the program, on drivers of growth and examines in particular three drivers of growth: trade, the digital economy, and energy. I'm thinking in particular of two fundamental socio-economic challenges. The first being youth unemployment. I think we have seen as a result of the crisis, although we had already in Europe problems with youth unemployment. Second fundamental challenge is that of the aging societies in Europe. In one of the currently most successful economies, that of my home country, Germany, the European societies will have major difficulties to face the challenge of demographic change in terms of having enough funds to stabilize the social systems, to provide for adequate health care, and to provide generally for an adequate, especially as the European economic integration has always been presented as one of the answers to globalization and to ensure prosperity in the longer term. So we are dealing here also with the subject of political pressure in Europe, amounting to 315 billion for projects in energy, digital economy, transport, innovation, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises. I'm very pleased that in the evening of the day, with respect to the digital economy, which is one of the subjects of this conference, the Juncker Plan forecasts that it can create up to 250 billion euro of additional growth. It is clear that policy, European policy, national policies even, are behind market developments, that there is a décalage between the needs of the sector in order to maximize benefits across Europe and the long-term growth. And the digital economy and energy are crucial to this more long-term set of challenges and to the need of having a more long-term approach. We very much hope that by the end, political exchange of views and possible strategies on these needs. The College is very happy and very grateful for the cooperation. We have had for many years already fruitful cooperation, and we also hope that some of our students will benefit from internship in Deloitte. For many of them, it may be the first business experience. I would like to say that the College makes constant effort to update its programs, to make a contribution to identifying key issues which European leaders have to address. We have also our ambition to prepare our students for positions of responsibility in the private sector, but also in the public sectors at the national and at the European level. It is crucial to have the input of the private sector, of businesses into our program in order to be sure that our students, when they come, hopefully, into these positions of responsibility, have a good appreciation of the difficulties, but also of the potential for action. And I think the partnership with Deloitte contributes to this. I would like to add that our students work even in parallel to their studies on these challenges. And I would just like to mention, I'm actually quite proud that 2 of our students who participated in parallel to the very demanding study program, who participated in the Solvay business game, actually won on 13th and 14th of March the first prize in the McKinsey Pitch Challenge, which shows that our students can come up with innovative solutions. And it's in the best spirit of what the college tries to do, and also in the best spirit, I think, what this conference tries to do. With this, I would like to cut my remarks, which have been too long already, short, and I'm very happy to hand over now to Professor Nikolaidis. I would also like to give credit to Professor Nikolaidis and his team for the organization of this event. Such an event requires a lot of preparatory work, and again, I think your work has been a hallmark of what the college stands for. Fedon, please.
Thank you very much, Rector. You've raised expectations, and I hope we will meet the expectations. It's my turn now, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to the 6th Bruges European Business Conference, which this year will address the theme of drivers of growth. The Rector already mentioned the themes of previous conferences. This is our 6th. And we always follow the same format. Allow me to take you through the program of the conference for a minute. The purpose of these conferences has always been the same: bring together business leaders and policymakers and academics to debate issues which are the heart of what Europe is supposed to be doing, and that is raising our prosperity. The format is always the same. We have the plenary sessions where we discuss the overall themes, and then the workshop sessions where we look into the particular problems, the particular challenges in specific sectors. This year, we innovate, and I hope it works well, because with innovation, there are always the known unknowns. We will start with this plenary, and I will explain in a minute the purpose of the theme of this plenary. But then, instead of concluding the conference with the workshops, we will go to the workshops, and then we will come back again to a plenary, where the workshop chairpersons will be reporting back to us, and hopefully the findings of the workshops will feed into the debate in the final plenary. On Sunday, I was reviewing one of the most popular textbooks on macroeconomics, a very thick book, 600 pages. And now with the crisis, it has become customary for economists to agonize about the state of the discipline. And the very last chapter of the textbook, as I said, is one of the most popular textbooks. In the long run, a country's capacity to produce goods and services determines the standard of living of its citizens. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Output is what determines whether we are satisfied or not. There are many other issues involved, but deep down is the ability of our economy to produce the goods and services we need. That was lesson number 1. I don't think there are many economists who will contest that. But then it came to what we do not know. And instead of lesson, it's framed as questions. Question number 1. And I think that fits very well into what we are trying to do today. So question number 1 goes as follows. How should policymakers try to promote growth in the economy's natural level of output? We know that growth is good. but we are not quite sure how to achieve growth. Let me remind you what the typical model says about growth. Growth depends on three variables: the stock of capital, the amount of labor, and the state of technology. Technology, let me start backwards now. Technology depends on innovation. Precisely 2 weeks ago, Edmund Phelps, a Nobel Prize laureate, published an article in the Financial Times. And I have to tell you, I read it and I got very depressed. He argues, and he got a Nobel Prize, so the guy knows what he's talking about. He argued in this article, the productivity in Europe has declined because we are not innovative enough. We have fallen behind. As a continent, again, 3 years ago rather, we discussed labor reform in this conference. Now, capital. The stock of capital depends on savings and investment. The rector mentioned a number of points in his presentation what we are doing to stimulate investment. And it seems to me, ladies and gentlemen, that in fact, the whole objective of this conference today is to talk about investment in one way or another. Because trade, if we manage to conclude TTIP by the end of this year or next year, is supposed to stimulate investment. The expansion of the digital economy will stimulate investment. The integration of energy markets will stimulate investment. So ultimately, these are the drivers of growth, because ultimately, these will be the sources from which new investment will come to enable the European economy to grow. Well, I'm counting on our speakers to tell us how we're going to reach the state, and I will be taking notes. And once I have all the notes at the end of the day, I will send them to these famous economists who will, I'm sure, will take them into account when he writes the new edition of his textbook. So this is what we're going to do today. We're going to start with this session by putting things in context. Understanding is a contextual exercise. So we'll look at it from different perspectives. And we will start by looking from the perspective of a global corporation. We are competing with many other regions of the world. Corporate and global affairs of Philips. And since I live in the Netherlands, I'm very happy to give the floor to Mr. Van Gouwen, given the fact that Philips is a Dutch company with global dimensions and answers.
Thank you, Rector. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm pleased to be here today at the College of Europe, an institution that indeed for a long time, as you've shared, has been a place of learning and, most importantly, dialogue about Europe. At Philips, let me start there. We strongly believe in open and free markets and are a staunch supporter of the European integration and the European project. Not the least because of the great benefits that the EU common market brings to our society. I go back a little bit in time through the engagement of our then CEO Wissedekker. As chair of the European Roundtable of Industrialists, we've been among the first supporters of the idea and the ideas around the cost of non-Europe, a concept debated in the 80s and launched by the Commission in 1990. The center, and I'm looking at the students, is you. And I strongly believe that change starts with people. Here in Bruges, you are gathered to contribute to this new, better Europe, a continent that is safe and prosperous, that promotes diversity, values the environment, and leads the world with innovative solutions to its challenges. So it must be clear by now that I feel I'm in the right place to share what we believe should be the priorities for the EU and particularly for its recovery. A key building block of that internal market is the EU digital single market, which you mentioned, allowing the exchange of data as well as the launch of innovations across borders and providing a homogeneous regulatory framework. This will have with emphasis on prevention, faster diagnosis, shorter hospital stays, and allowing for longer independent living. This will benefit patients, and our systems will become more sustainable, financially sustainable for our government, challenged to derive insights to improve the health of a total population, the notion of population health. Digital health data will make it easier for a doctor to get an indication of patients' personal health status, improving prevention and allowing shorter hospital stays through remote patient monitoring at home. And believe me, from personal experience, caring for my father, that's where a chronic patient wants to be, at home. And then finally, on the completion of the internal market, we believe that domestic, which has a different purpose around innovation. We also agree with the idea to focus on environmentally sustainable projects as proposed by the European Investment Bank and the Commission. That brings me to my second point, which is the big impact that investing in sustainability, as well as a way to reduce our environmental footprint. We've been operating recycling and refurbishment programs for many years and are now moving our business models to become circular, which means that we do not sell products per se, we sell the use as a service, which allows us to continue the ownership of the natural resource and move those in those circles. Circular economy is also recognized by the Commission. It will be a trigger for innovation, but we need to adapt EU policies. Public authorities at all levels can make a big difference by leading by example, areas that still exist, to moving from linear economies to circular ones. And that brings me to my final point, innovation. It's been kind of the red thread in everything I just shared. Innovation has been at the core of our company. Consider that US public procurement of private local innovation is 20 times as large as the public procurement of innovation of all EU governments together. This is the gap that we refer to as the valley of death. You'll understand that we believe that to tackle the grand challenges of tomorrow, we collaborate with partners who share our ambition of meaningful innovation. That's why we are moving rapidly to a concept called open innovation. Public R&D programs help us. They share the
United States. But the United States is out of the crisis, where we are still struggling. The American economy, when you look at the numbers, it's an amazing economy. It's adding value, it's innovating.
On this side of the Atlantic. US and European firms may compete in many industries, but given the deep integration of our two economies, we also have a shared stake in cooperation and our mutual prosperity. Today, the United States and the European Union are collaborating on a broad array of issues, not only related to our bilateral economic agenda, but also issues with global significance, combating violent extremism at home and abroad, dealing with numerous refugee crises, seeking to limit Iran's nuclear program, and of course, closer to home, addressing the Ukraine crisis. Yet the US-EU partnership, we must now apply that same energy to supporting strong, vibrant democracies, to creating fertile ground for innovations in the digital economy, to developing high standards in international trade through TTIP, and to protecting the environment. But in order for Europe to contribute fully to these efforts, Europe needs measures to create an investment fund at the EU level and to ease fiscal targets for countries taking meaningful structural reforms are very positive steps forward. However, these actions have not yet translated into the broad-based growth that Europe needs. Europe is still not growing in the way that both Europe and the global economy need, and a number of drags to growth as well as risks remain. Clearly, Europe can and should do better. We welcome the focus of the current EU leadership on jobs, growth, and investment. Investment is a good example. Whereas investment in the United States has rebounded, investment in Europe still remains well below pre-crisis levels. So if accelerating growth and boosting demand and investment must be clear priorities for Europe, the obvious question is how this can be best achieved. A number of levers for stimulating economic growth in Europe are available to policymakers. The United States believes that a strong, sustained, durable. This means actions at both the EU and the national level. Europe's economies are diverse. Through their integration in the economic and monetary union means that spillovers, both negative and positive, are high. Countries that have large external surpluses and fiscal space should pursue bolder policies to boost domestic demand, including investment in infrastructure. For countries that need to implement reforms to boost competitiveness and productivity, ensuring that they have the time and space under the EU's fiscal rules will help support growth while allowing reforms that may take time to implement to occur. The key message is that policies cannot rely solely on one instrument. Sustained growth will require structural reforms, supportive monetary policies, and ensuring that fiscal policies, including the pace of adjustments required to ensure sound public finances, are not so rapid that they work at cross purposes to growth. Energy security in Europe has been a long-standing U.S. foreign policy priority. Efforts to establish the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline in the 1990s, steadfast support for a southern gas corridor in recent years, and our current work to assist Ukraine for many countries that rely on Russia for their energy supply. But the truth is that it also provides an opening for Europe to shape its own energy future. The European Commission has been seeking to increase energy security through diversification of fuel types, supply sources, and delivery routes, by reducing demand through improving energy efficiency, and by decarbonizing the energy mix. We welcome all these efforts and support the EU's third energy package, which provides a legal basis for deeper power and gas sector integration in Europe. While the details of how the energy union will develop remain to be supply security and enhance energy efficiency. EU and US goals on climate change are thankfully now well aligned, and we are both working hard to ensure that the 2015 United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change results in a new international agreement on the climate applicable to all countries with the aim of keeping global warming below 2%, 2 degrees centigrade. The Commission's digital single market strategy is intended to create the regulatory and market conditions to allow companies to innovate, collaborate, invest, create jobs, and drive growth. That kind of reform, coupled with TTIP, would create the conditions for a more integrated transatlantic digital economy in which EU and US business could prosper and find new opportunities. We support a digital single market economy, digital single market as a program, the Atlantic. It is also crucial to the economic health of the internet and of our respective economies as a whole. Beyond delivering value to EU consumers, US tech companies have built a strong ecosystem with European partners, suppliers, and distributors, made major investments in Europe, promoted entrepreneurship and innovation, fostered research and digital skills training, and created jobs for hundreds of thousands of Europeans. Digitalization, big data analytics, and the Internet of Things also offer huge opportunities across a range of sectors, driving growth and productivity gains both in industrial giants and among SMEs. Vice President Ansip has said that his and EU FDI in the United States is $1.7 trillion. US affiliates in the EU provide 4.2 million direct jobs to citizens of EU member states, and EU affiliates in the United States provide 3.8 million jobs to US citizens. I think that while it's true that in some areas regulations may be more restrictive in Europe, in fact, companies like Philips that operate in the United States, I'm sure can attest to the fact that the United States is not a regulatory Jurassic Park, that TTIP, to actively shape the future of globalization. If we fail in this effort, other countries who do not share our values and whose weight in the international trading system is growing rapidly will set the agenda themselves. In closing, I'd like to stress that the United States is deeply committed to working together with the EU, member states, the private sector, and civil society on both sides of the Atlantic to develop appropriate, balanced, and effective policies to address the challenges we face together and to seize the opportunities now before us. By addressing U.S. and EU economies will flourish, creating jobs for our citizens and protecting our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, for that purpose, we couldn't think of a better person than Mr. Philippe Lambert, who is co-chair of the Group of Greens and European Free Alliance in the European Parliament, to take us through the...
Well, thank you, Mr. Nikolaidis. Rector, he's gone. Too bad. Now back to real business. Now I must say that I'm a believer, and I must confess that to you. But I do not have the right faith to be here. I could never be admitted as a student, let alone graduate from this place, because indeed I do not revere the god growth. And I heard that word already dozens of times today. And well, I think that this may be a misguided faith, and it is a faith. Because what if growth did only benefit 1% of the population? The US is back to growth, yes, it benefits 1% of the population. And what if this famous trickle-down economy did not exist? What if, and I was quite enthused to hear what Mr. Van Kuyen had to say. Okay. Anyone with a background in economics? Voilà. So I will be the nasty engineer here, reminding you of a few truths. So let's go to the first slide, and I'll be quickly done. There's only 6 of them, so it's going to be fast. Growth can be inclusive, because we've seen that in the past. Growth cannot be sustainable, and that's, of course, the big problem. Now, I will not talk about the orthodox version of this, so we can move to the next slide and look at what we believe are the 2 major challenges of this century. And the first one is the social time bomb. And I'll only take one aspect of the time bomb, and that's the distribution of wealth. Wealth inequality, Piketty, maybe, well, I'm not sure it's a mandatory reading here. But what you may see is that 50% of the European population owns 5% of the wealth. And at the other end of the spectrum, well, you can hardly see them because it's only 1%, and that's the dark blue upper range of the leftmost bar. You have the 1% owning 25% of the wealth, and the 10% combined own 60% of the wealth. And the bad news is that the gap is widening, which is, by the way, mechanical. In an indebted economy, wealth flows from the poor to the rich, from the indebted to the creditors. That's mechanical. But add to that the system is biased in favor of the most wealthy. Read Piketty, and you will see that the 0.1% richest manage to extract, and I have no word, to extort, you might say, from society and the world, return that is double that of the next 0.09%. So can you imagine? 0.9%, sorry. So in the top 1%, those that sit at the very top manage actually to grow their wealth twice faster than their neighbors. And don't speak about all the rest of the population. So the gap is widening. Question, how long is it before this social time bomb explodes? Next slide. I'll talk about the environmental time bomb. And surprisingly enough, I won't talk about climate because, well, you hear about that all the time. And in Europe, basically, the unbelievers are almost gone. Let's look at another nasty fact is that if we'll find a way, but the 99 won't. And therefore, we have to recognize that. So please continue clicking. And therefore, we have to put the economy at the service, continue at the service of society, respecting the limits of nature. That is the equation. So let me finish, and that's my last slide. Let's talk a little about competitiveness, because yes, it may sound strange with the green, but I do believe that competitiveness matters. Why is it so? Because indeed people vote every 5 years with a ballot, but we all vote every day with our money. So yes, competitiveness matters. Well, we should be worried about this because if we look at this country, when we replace car makers with logistics companies, we are going down in the value chain. At the same time, China is going up. And you know, I know that Germany will say we will keep exporting to China for ages to price on biodiversity erosion. Can you put a price on loss of trust in society? Can you put a price on crime? Do you believe that you can solve every problem through monetary means? Well, I do not believe that. So never forget that. That might sound as humor, but it is absolutely not. And so next, and I think that's the last element. So basically, what is the strategy in Europe? The strategy in Europe is, despite everything that is mentioned in the discourse, it's to make this continent a low-cost continent. The strategy that is consistently followed at European level and in member states is a low-cost strategy. So let's make our workers low-cost. Let's diminish the cost of our social security systems. Let's reduce all norms. When you listen, when you talk with commissioners, thorough lack of investment. But what is investment? Do you call investments what happens on the capital markets, where half of the transactions are high-frequency trading? Do you call someone who plays for microseconds an investor? I do not. Do you call people who stay maximum a few returns way down the line? Who is prepared to do that? Will you win the race of being the most resource-efficient continent in the planet without investment? Will you become the most energy-efficient continent on our planet without investment? Will you be able to... A few?
Right. And to wrap up, this first session, we thought we need to get a view which is as impartial as we can humanly get it. And it gives me personally great pleasure to welcome Dame Diane Julius. The reason is that Diane was my boss some years ago at the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Diane has had an amazing career being chief economist of, and I'm looking forward, Diane, to see how you are going to put together all these things to lead us to the discussion.
Well, thank you, Faden. I didn't realize I had such a difficult mandate when I prepared my remarks, but I shall do my best. And just to say, it is a great pleasure to be here in a beautiful city on a beautiful day, and to be reunited with, I don't know if I'd call you an employee. We work together at the Royal Institute of International Affairs. It's but European by choice, although I usually say British because that's where I live. But having lived and worked here for some 30 years, including at research institutes, but also being on the boards of various European companies, I do find the current state of the European economy inequality has widened, as we've just heard very graphically from Philippe. I don't happen to agree. You'll, I'm sure, not be surprised to know that if investment is the key, his final point, we have to ask, where does that investment come from? Where does the money come from? The Commission, the governments, where do their money come from? You know, it comes from wealth creation in the private sector in Europe, through the people who work in the sector, through the companies who pay their taxes. Long-term investment really comes through companies. Having worked in both the public sector and the private sector, I could say that they failed to solve it. Unemployment is a big problem, as we heard from the rector this morning. And unemployment is especially a problem for those of you sitting in the audience, young people who are thinking about your careers. It's a shocking problem. And again, that is despite very good education. Breakout sessions will give us the answers to some of these, but I think we've got to be very, very clear-eyed about the challenges. And I think there are 4 particular challenges that Europe has to deal with. Having been a little part of my career in the consulting business, I can label these the 4D. I mean, we're all getting older, whether we like it or not, but more importantly, our societies are aging. And that in Europe is particularly pronounced because of the effects of World War II and the baby boom that followed World War II. Of course, this is also big in Japan, it's big in the United States. This is not a European, and it's the number of working hours by working people that we're really talking about here. Well, that was great. That was a great tailwind to growth at that point, and we benefited from that for about 40 years. But now we're on the other side of that wind. We've got a headwind now because all those peaked in several of the European countries, including Germany, several of the big countries. I think it's peaked in Italy as well. And once people retire, even if they're healthy and they're self-supporting, aside from the welfare implications, they are no longer adding to economic productivity. And that in itself is, family size also shrank, and that again adds to the shrinkage of the labor force. There's another effect in that it's not just when people leave the labor force you get a drag on growth, it's when people stop spending quite so much. And in the United States, at least where the data are available, spending per capita peaked. You've seen the data. I'm glad to see there's so many economists in the audience, so I don't have to go into what deflation really means. But in a number of cases, the fall in prices, deflation, began to happen before the fall in the oil price. Now the fall in the oil price, which is a positive shock for Europe because we're in a deflationary cycle, or even just a stagnation at deflation. Because if you're not growing at the level greater than your debt is, your debt keeps growing, and that puts you in serious difficulties. Well, I don't know whether QE will work or not. I mean, it certainly had a big announcement effect. It's also going to create real distortions in the financial markets, real problems for banks and insurance companies who are required for regulatory and business reasons to hold a lot of reserves of so-called risk-free assets. And it's now going to be holding them at negative interest rate, out the answer to in the next couple of years. The third global development that I think is going to impact Europe and its growth prospects has already been mentioned by a couple of people, and I'm glad we're in agreement. It's what I call digitization, or the IT and telecoms revolution. This has both. Europe is going to decide generally about Uber, but it's certainly not very popular with taxi drivers in most places. So, digitization cuts both ways. And I think it is an opportunity. It also opens up a lot of employment possibilities. It's great for the tourism concerns, as we saw recently in Paris, and we've certainly felt in London and other places. That has brought a new set of costs, necessary costs, I think, to consumers, a new set of costs to businesses. It's not something that is accretive to growth. It's just the opposite. And more recently, and in fact, I think even more importantly, are the actions of Russia, which has become considerably more threatening and belligerent, not just in Ukraine, but also in what's happening in the naval and air maneuvers that are happening around our edges in Europe. And what they mean to me is that when we're considering how to drive the recovery, this is not the time for more grand visions. We tried that in the Lisbon agenda. And if you set a goal and visions that you cannot achieve, it just leads to disappointment, makes everybody more disillusioned about the real possibilities of Europe. So I think that what we actually need to do is to set some achievable targets for growth. And I don't think Europe can achieve sustainably more than about 1% per capita per year. We're not getting that anymore.
Get them straight into the eyes. We cannot avoid them. We have half an hour. If you want to ask a question, please keep it brief. Please say who you are and where you come from.
Than what we're doing in Europe. So there is a lot of concern, especially if you think of the future trends that are happening in Europe, and energy transition is one of them. One question to Walter. I didn't really understand what you were saying in terms of
Again, U.S. public procurement of innovation is about 20 times higher as compared to all government purchasing of innovation in Europe. And that, of course, in itself is a driver of market adoption. And that's a comment I basically made. So it is the role of public procurement.
We solve that problem, and there I would like also to address you, Dion, to see if you have some vision about that.
Is this working?
Yes.
Yeah. This is working. Okay. Of the the Belgian Business Federation and all the rest of it, it's about that. It's about, well, you may say it's a misrepresentation. I'm saying it's exactly that. It's exactly that. And, well, the results are there. I mean, quite frankly, when we dismantled, currently we are dismantling unemployment benefits in Belgium. We are dismantling the automatic indexation of wages and all the rest of it. And I've been critical of that system for high earners, no problem. And I was one, but we have seen income inequality grow in all OECD countries except 3. France, Belgium, and I think the third one was Hungary. I'm not sure. I need to check that. So they did not evolve. It doesn't mean that they were at any point, but they did not worsen. Now, I can bet you that with this wonderful government that we have in Belgium, which is supported by business, we will see an increase in inequality. So if you say we need to tackle inequality, but actually we in the business push for reforms that increase inequality, then I guess that you have a problem rather than me. No, it's not wealth creation, of course. And then it would, of course, go that make the shareholders richer, and that's what I questioned with the trickle-down economy, and then investors will invest, and these will create jobs, and jobs will create redistribution, and that will fund social security, and everything will be fine. To have 30 years of growth in Europe, have a war here. And that's basically what we did. Right. 2 wars, massive destruction, and then 30 years of growth. And then you basically rebuild everything. You don't need growth any longer, but then you find artificial ways of doing it. And I would just invite you, because I heard statements, the financial sector is even bigger in the economy than before the crisis. I mean, but that is what is favored as a growth model. So, well, I won't have a lot of this. If it were left to me, I wouldn't go for this. And again, if, you know, and that's my last thing about taxation, when you have tax avoidance and evasion, and especially by large corporations, 1 trillion euros failing to reach the public treasuries in Europe every year, then, well, no surprise that we have some funding problems here. When Apple is parking 107
questions. My first one is for Monsieur Lambert. I wanted to ask about your comments on wealth inequality, particularly the Piketty book. There's been analysis by the Financial Times that demonstrates that actually, when you correct for the errors in his data, there's been no growth in wealth inequality since the 70s. I wanted to...
You want to start? Ladies first?
Okay. Well, first, I think I'd answer a bit of your question to my neighbor. I can't say that I've read every word of Piketty's enormous tome, but I've read it. And indeed, and we just have to grab a hold of all this wealth supposedly sitting out there, either buying yachts or not doing anything and use it for good purposes. But actually, the world isn't really like that, unfortunately. So I think that you've touched upon some of the things which are important, and perhaps your generation creating a totally unlevel playing field for the next generation. That gets at issues of inheritance taxation in the United States and in other countries too. I think that inheritance taxation, it's one of those very efficient taxes because,
well, scientifically is better than me on these issues. I just see that with the available data, and that's also a good point for economists, don't forget that this is a human science, it is not an exact science. But with the available data, well, there's interesting pointers, and it's not just Piketty pointing at rising, we should do that, and that's your question. Well, of course, it's quite an established fact that wealth is flowing to wealth and not, so we live in a world of rent extraction. I mean, the real entrepreneurs, the SMEs are currently crushed by gigantic multinationals who are basically extracting value from them. I come from the IT industry. Software creation was done in startups, and then they were bought by mega companies, which then decided to either lock up the innovation until they saw fit not to hurt their own customer base with their own substandard product, or then to basically capture the value created and make a few people instant millionaires, but of course with no own value creation, okay? But then again, the real issue is consent, right? You do not find such money out of crowdfunding. You find it from corporates. And corporates have bought Congress. And therefore, I do not want to live in such a world. I mean, I still want to live in democracy, where people can compete and get elected without having... Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw your hand. Yes? Second, third. Go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Nicolaides. My name is Anna. I'm a student and as a protector of public goods, which need to be sustainable for our public good. And I frankly don't necessarily understand how does that work, that the public sector, simply because of the election cycle, would have less of an interest in sustainability.
Well, I first of all would not define public sector investment as a burden. Investment is investment, whether it's in the public sector or the private sector. Even if you just look at, say, healthcare, something that is in Europe mainly in the public sector, in the US it's mainly in the private sector, it's investment in both cases.
They pay.
Individuals, if they pay, okay, but on that point, the 1%, the 1% in income terms in the UK pays 21% of our income taxes. Now, it should pay greater than its share because I believe taxes should be progressive.
And what's their share of income?
It's paying, sorry, what?
What's their share of income?
Their share of income?
Yeah, the 1%. What's their share
about
of income?
11%.
Only 11.
Yeah. So
That's
corporation taxes, at least the ones I know about, they are paying what they were required to pay. If you contest that tax policy for the corporate sector isn't good, I do contest that the policy itself and the taxes paid by corporates are in some sense outside the law. They're there inside the law, at least the ones that I know about.
We'll see that.
But on your plan on a 10-year basis, we don't know whether our investment in R&D is going to be productive or not, because that's the nature of the game. We also invest about half of our research and development budget or half of our drugs that we develop come from small. I also sit on the board of a completely different company, Jones Lang LaSalle, which is a property services company. So it doesn't have an investment in the sense of capital investment, because we're a service company. We help companies either rent their property or buy their property or help big businesses figure public sector, publicly run groups, just as there's no perfect solution probably to a Philips or to a Roche. We too reorganize, but we're very careful about it because of the disruptive cost of it.
Right, thank you. I'm going to allow two more questions. Perhaps ask them at the same time, one after the other. So we start with you and then...
Yeah.
Okay, we start with you and then you ask your question as well. And then we conclude.
I'm Lydia. I'm Lydia Pereira from the Economics Department from the College of Europe, from the EIB specialization. And this question is for Ms. DM. About you seemed very skeptical in your closing remarks, and you said that this is not the time for grand visions, and we needed to set achievable targets for Europe. What would you
continent? That's a contribution we make. We are one of the only private sector partners in redefining the 5-year plan for the NHS, which is a system under pressure. That is for a reason. We can make a contribution, we can create sustainable change by partnering. And I would like to go back to 1986 when I visited with my father Berlin. So we must have missed each other there. Right. He took me across the wall, a divided city. A Europe that should never be divided again. And that's what I learned firsthand there. I also bought a book. It was called Die Sterken Europas, The Strengths of Europe. We are such a wonderfully diversified continent. We can find our way, although I appreciate the strength of the dialogue, and we must have those dialogues, but we cannot find our way to solutions through division. We need to find our way to...
Who aren't working, the retired ones. So it's one of those things you could unpick from a macro level, which is very understandable to people who are not economists, but unpick it to what it means for a particular country at a micro level. And I suppose, that's the way one sort of does it in business. It's subsidiarity in the sense, well, what does this unit have to achieve? What does that unit have to achieve? What kind of centralized investments do you need to enable the achievement of this in different places? Clearly, Italy has got different problems that only Italy can solve, and the same is true of France. Spain is solidly limited to those things where, indeed, you do need common regulation or standardizing things which at the moment are just creating confusion and obstacles to growth. But I'm afraid I cannot go any further in terms of what kind of regulation you need in the digital economy or any of this. That's what the other
I thank them. You're all going to stand up. So before you stand up, I want to tell you where the workshops will take place. So in this room, this is room E, we will have the workshop on energy. So those who are interested in energy, stay here. In room D, which is down the corridor, we will have the workshop on the digital economy. And in room G, which is immediately upstairs, so you have to go one floor up, we will have the workshop on trade. So energy is here.
What's financial speculation? And they said it.
Coffee team in Brussels.
And even a so-called long-term investor like Münchener Rück, so the first insurer in the world.
Maybe it's one place. I would love to play. It's been 20, 30 in Brussels. So I'm there once or twice a month. And Jean-Pierre, the head of office, will plan my schedule. So thank you, appreciate that. Ik heb in Amerika, daar komt het vandaan, via Amerika hebben we toen een aantal bedrijven gestudeerd die allerlei oplossingen aanboden in de space, in een soort strategie verbonden. Ik heb een bureau daar over heel veel
So you put it, okay, here. Yeah. Ça va? Everything's good? So far it's good, huh? Okay, yeah. Alors, Vienne. C'est Vanity Visible ou pas? Ouais. Ouais. Okay. Vienna. Copier. Hi. That's wonderful. You're from Nathalie and you're here. But it was too late to do a conference. We will have consultation. Ah, ok, c'est tactile aussi. Voilà, c'est ça, bien ça. Et là, disque amovible. C'est celui-là, ouais? Oui. Allez-y.
So the study is now available on the website? Okay. Well, this is Vera Branzel, head of E.ON's EU representative office. Mr. Jos van Host, president of ExxonMobil Benelux. Mr. Sami Andoura, professor and shareholder of the Energy Policy Chair at the Carbon Market, Energy Mix and Coordination between Member States, and what are the main challenges to achieve affordability, security of supply, and sustainability. So in the next slide, I will highlight the key message of the study. So what did the EU want to achieve? I think we are all familiar with the EU energy and climate policy, as well as the key objective for 2020, 2030, and long-term objective of reducing carbon emission by 80 to 95%. Decreasing energy consumption, it has reduced greenhouse gas emission, saved energy, and made the share of renewable in final energy look better. So any improvement in EU business could rapidly push up CO2 emission. We all know that nuclear phase out, whether they will be met or not, and whether they are going to reduce EU energy consumption or EU energy intensity, other than as a result of the economic crisis. So let's have a look to the electricity sector. So we know that the 2020 package drives structural changes on the electricity market. Some of them were unintended, and they have not contributed to solve the existing EU economic imbalance in general. The first impact is the overcapacity of the. So it looks like few European consumers have been able to capture the decrease of global commodity price on the market. So let's have a look on the three pillars of EU energy strategy. Sustainability at 53%, which is 1% more than in 2005 and 10% more than 20 years ago. So today we cannot say we have ticked the three boxes of EU energy strategy. So how can we explain the situation? The world has changed since the 320 package were agreed, and the economic crisis caused a significant slowdown in global activity and a downward review of public budget. Some potential for improvement has developed less rapidly than initially anticipated, only a framework, and we will see how it will be implemented. So many questions remain at this stage. So the EU needs to revisit the energy market design. We know that energy-only markets have failed to deliver a price signal that provide incentive for investment. You don't need this?
Sorry? No, I don't need it. Thank you very much. You do like this. Yeah, like fancy. My name is Federico Tarantini, work at the European Commission, Directorate General for Energy, and I deal with international relations. More specifically, I'm in charge with relationship with South Caucasus, Central Asia, and countries. I think that the choice of having an entire workshop dedicated to energy is a very good decision. Energy is, of course, a key driver for Europe. The new Commission has sent very clear messages that energy is very high on the agenda. Already declaration from President Juncker at the beginning of his mandate, and the appointment of Commissioner Cañete, but also Vice President Šefčovič on Energy Union. These represent a very comprehensive document which builds on the 2030 energy and climate change policy, and on the European energy security of supply, but also strategy, but also on moderation of demand through energy savings and energy efficiency. That's very important, but also decarbonization of our economy and energy system. Finally, the fifth dimension is technology, innovation, and competitiveness. Let me focus on the security of supply aspect, given that my daily work is mainly related with the external dimension of our energy policy. I think that many of you knows what are the figures and why security of supply is a concern to the EU. We import 53% of the energy we consume. This figure is much more striking for fossil fuels. 88% of the oil we consume is imported. 2/3 of the gas we consume is imported. And on top of that, relying on energy sources, external energy sources, is not a big problem per se. The problem arises when we rely on few suppliers. And this is the case for the EU. Russia, notably, is our main supplier, both in oil and gas, providing 33% of our oil imports and 39% of our gas imports. This is combined to the developments taking place in 2013. The European in Europe, energy efficiency, very long-term dimensions, but it also has a short-term dimension as a clear focus on gas. Why on gas? Well, first of all, many European member states relies on one supplier for their gas supply. In addition, recent history showed us that we are more fragile, especially in some region in the gas sector. 2006, 2009, the fear of this winter. Hence, where I want to focus our energy security of supply efforts in terms of diversification of external energy sources in gas. How do you assess diversification? Three main. Just to give a snapshot of the gas import to EU, we have the idea is to develop eventually 4+1 corridors. 3 are up and running. The Eastern Corridor is bringing Russian gas to the EU. It is proceeding well. The idea is to link Caspian gas resources to the EU through Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, Greece, Albania, and eventually Italy. The initial idea is to bring the Trans-Anatolian pipeline, so the part of the Southern Gas Corridor crossing Turkey. It is important to stress how the Southern Gas Corridor can have a potential which go much beyond the initial gas contracted. We are linking the EU with the region which has the vastest gas resources in the world. So Turkmenistan, Iran, in conditional rights, but also Iraq and Eastern Mediterranean along the way could all feed in the Southern Gas Corridor to have a resilient and very flexible market where a gas molecule or electricity can be transported across Europe. In this respect, the EU has put forward other targets which has not been presented earlier on electricity interconnection. Every member state by 2020 should aim at having interconnection capacity equal to 10% of their installed generation capacity, and this figure, this target grows at 15% by 2030. Financing this investment is, of course, an important aspect. The European Commission has drafted a project of common interest list, including 250 projects of Balkans, plus Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia is also negotiating its accession, aims at extending our EU energy acquis beyond the EU border, so to have a pan-European energy market. The EU energy challenges are very valuable to be successful in this high ambition. Thank you.
Okay, it works. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy for the, come on, this is not necessary. Let's go back to the first slide, yes. Gas production situations, and we are also trying to help consumers reduce their greenhouse gas footprint by providing fuels that can be used to do so. However, integrated energy policy making requires us to consider emissions reduction from a global perspective, as we show in the following. Higher than today, first of all, based on population growth to 9 billion, and then also based on the growth of the total GDP, the total economic output of the world, by about 140%. So that's more than doubling from today. And very different. Countries like China and India, as well as others like Brazil, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, just to name a few big energy consumers, will experience strong population growth, GDP growth, and energy demand growth. So, with energy efficiency gains in the developed world already expected, almost all global energy demand growth will go to supporting economies to develop and living standards to improve for billions of people living in those countries. That is the first main takeaway from this chart. And as an aside, the International Energy Agency estimates today that still 1.3 billion people have no access to electricity. The second takeaway is that while global energy supplies are expected to continue to evolve and energy sources becoming more diverse worldwide, and there is a rapid growth of the modern renewable sources of energy, at the same time we need all economic fuel sources to meet future energy demand. And you can see that other renewables here are growing rapidly, much more rapidly than other fuel sources, but they start from a very low base. Now, I will talk about two energy sectors, electricity economically. In many places, nuclear is not far behind, but it is limited by regulatory and social acceptance in many countries. On emissions, of course, renewables, they are winning hands down. But the EU's approach to encouraging renewable performance. In terms of availability, renewables are inherently challenged by intermittency. In contrast, the IEA estimates that there is so much natural gas that the demand for natural gas in power generation and in other sectors for many years. To extrapolate the US example straight away to Europe, the natural gas revolution will be different, is different in the US than in Europe because of geological, market, infrastructure, and supply chain factors. But one thing that we have to take back from the US situation is that this outcome has been achieved largely by allowing markets to operate freely, leading to an abundance of cleaner burning natural gas. In short, the US is a tangible example of significant and positive outcomes when a country's energy policies allow markets to work. The US system is metals, and refining is a fundamental supply chain element, providing fuels, of course, clean fuels for modern vehicles, but at the same time also providing feedstock for the chemical business. And the European refining industry ensures, and I can discuss it in greater detail in our discussion if needed, but the practical result of those pressures is that gas-fired power generation across Europe is being mothballed, as I talked about, and even dismantled in many cases and rebuilt outside Europe. And 60% of the EU gas-fired capacity is not recovering its fixed costs and is also at risk for closure. At the same time, we see a record low utilization of the European refineries, despite ongoing rationalization. 15 refineries out of about 90 have been shut down between 2008 and 2013, about 8% of the capacity of assets in the global environment. That is very important because we see a lot of refineries in the hands of state oil companies that may have different views on when to shut down a refinery on economic grounds or employment grounds than multinational trilemma goals. First of all, I would like to finish on a positive note, saying that Europe's goal of creating a strong internationally competitive economy supported by reliable and cleaner energy is achievable. It is possible if certain policy approaches are being pursued. In our experience, the main sectors critical to industrial growth, such as natural gas production and the marketing and the refining of petroleum products. In seeking a better balance, we therefore recommend that policymakers reconsider the need for an EU-wide renewables target because it has been counterproductive for CO2 emission diversity in our views. Removing impediments to wider exploration, production and use of natural gas, including unconventional gas, and encouraging US exports of LNG will both enhance supply security. And finally, regarding refining, Europe's regulatory environment is contributing to the loss of global competitiveness. And EU refining is facing rationalization pressures. Only the real best of European refineries can compete with the average refinery in the US. Some level of domestic refining capacity is highly desirable for energy supply security.
Information that you had to study until May. I think May is when you have your final exams. So I'll try to to bring up a logic that is memorable and is simple. The energy union. Why do we talk about the energy union? Why is it such an important pillar of the Juncker, I would say, mandate? I think it's very simple. The IEA defined a couple of years ago that 1 trillion euros needed to be invested in Europe in the energy field. It is by far the largest sector that needs disruptive changes. As PV solar panels and wind have gone down in prices so considerably, and we're talking about, we're reading about it. We're not there yet, but we're reading about the gigafactory of Tesla developing a battery. So we don't know where it's going to take us, but we're not going to do a business as usual case for the next 20 years. I don't think so. So this is the intro. We've talked about the 5 pillars, and I think I will try to talk you through with each pillar 2 little, two symbolic tasks that need to be accomplished, or flaws that need to be removed. Starting with energy security of supply in the gas field. Hang on, I can't read that because it's too small. First of all, I think this is the cost of non-Europe that I would like to guess. When I was sitting gas, and we still have a price, I would say a price bias. So we've got liquid hubs in Western Europe, and possibility to access cheaper gas, and we've got gas in abundance in Western Europe, and we haven't got enough in Eastern Europe. So I think we need to create a level playing field, and this is more than just public finance for LNG terminals in Lithuania or Poland. It's more in really fulfilling and enforcing internal energy market. Had we if we had liquid wholesale markets in Poland, for example, we would have competition, we would have price transparency, we would not need to discuss that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow in the European Council. The Polish, Tusk, I think, ahead of the Eastern Europeans, they ask for more transparency required to have physical access to cheaper or to alternatives, and that's already a big solution. Coming to the next, where are we now? I mean, the EU energy market has had 3 packages, and talk about the 4th package. I think what's very are not really answering to what's out there on the market. So this is something that the Energy Union is trying and very successfully already addressing in the strategy paper, and I think it's a very good thing, but it needs to be translated into legislation and not good announcements. We can turn it off and use the available electricity for other uses. This needs a framework. This needs a regulatory setting and regime that allows a level playing field of these sort of solutions with generation and including storage. Why not? Not yet, but it'll come. One important thing is distribution. The infrastructure, everybody talks about infrastructure on the transmission level, but I think the largest investment and the largest changes are going to happen on the distribution level. And I'm just giving it to the grid, and 1,000 megawatts only use. So what do you do with all these 3,000 megawatts? Do you wheel them and try to shift them over to Poland? Do you use them to supply southern Germany? I don't know. We don't have real solutions for that because infrastructure is not being built for various reasons. Measuring all those new elements of innovation are not being rewarded by any regulatory system. So we need a regulatory system that rewards innovation. this is something where the Energy Union can provide solutions, because seas of the past that we still have to pay today. So these are things that that block, that paralyze the customer and also industry to change or to create more cost-driving elements into the system. Take away the overhang that we've got on the market. So this is a very important thing. We need to go on with that, because otherwise there's no sense to talk about the 2050 CO2 target if we can't fix it in 2015. Renewables also. We have a huge increase of renewables, which has a huge load on the system. I mean, it's a heavy load that we need to tackle. It will be able to be tackled, but if we want to do it cost efficiently, and I was referring in my question earlier to the Philips colleague that indeed we're a third cheaper in the US, operating in the US, than diversify gas supplies. That's what we did in the West. That's what we did. In terms of diversification, it's not something that's only the origin, but it's also the path. So Nord Stream, for example, which bypasses the Ukraine and the Poland.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here, of course, because I'm a professor at the college. Do we have a European energy policy? And then what's the difference with an energy union? What can it be the added value? Where does it bring us? Us, citizens, consumers, actors, operators, stakeholders, investors, etc., etc. And from, as has been mentioned, it has evolved then very fast. In 5 years, 7 years, if you look at the whole list of issues, instruments, directives, regulation, cooperation, communication, etc., which happened at the EU markets, or outdated, or even shortcomings were not addressed by this new energy policy at the same time it was developing, etc., and it was taking place in global energy markets. A comeback of coal imports in the European Union is shifting from the West to from the OECD to the non-OECD countries, to the developing countries. So this is a tremendous shift, which are at the same time impacting this European energy policy. So how fast? Then it makes this very open debate and energy security at European level, etc. So strong interaction with the partners, a key message that I want to address. So what I want to say is that there's a lot of issues to be addressed. From the internal market, from the 3 objectives, we have the objectives: secure energy, security of supply; sustainable energy, sustainable development; and competitive energy, affordable access to energy, improve the competitiveness of the European incomes, the Energy Union concept, ID, to bring this governance to address it at European level and to make the balance between all these objectives, interests, actors, stakeholders, etc. The problem is that it comes in a very difficult context. It's one of fragmentation and silo. We can see it, silo mentalities, fragmentation of the initiatives, even at the public level, the public actors, etc. So it makes this common approach very difficult, but still this is the challenge to come with. The Polish interest, which is normal if you're a country, if you're an actor, I mean, your task is to defend your interest. So if you have big ideas which are not made operational, concrete, then they can be easily instrumentalized by everyone. So that's why we need a concrete, tangible energy union which goes beyond the principles. That's where comes Jean-Claude Juncker, the president of the European Commission, which made energy union one of its top priority. The motto is, be big on big things and small on small things. And energy is a big thing which needs to be addressed at European level. That doesn't mean that you need to re-regulate everything by the European Union, a single institution, a single energy mix, those things. No. It's much more complex than that. But still, it has created great expectations narrative. You know, today, people know what, and from your presentation, we can see that there's a lot of things into this energy union package. There are even what we call 5 pillars, 5 dimensions. But people know it for you, so I really invite you to read this document. It's not boring, it's big, there's a lot of things, but make yourself your opinion of what it is, what it brings. And to show also, and if you're even more interested, whether to know whether it's repackaging or not, whether it's new, etc., look at the past documents. And you will see that you cannot reinvent the wheel, you cannot reinvent everything, do tabula rasa, etc. You need to take care of the past, looking at the future. It doesn't mean that life will be very bad in the future. You can cope with it. But that's the reality, which makes the energy union not a matter of ambition. It's a question of necessity. This is the first starting point, looking at the international context. The energy transition. How to do it? No silver bullet, no tabula rasa, no new treaty, no new institutions. Just use all the instruments already available. Legal instruments, not only communication strategies, guidelines, financial incentives, regulatory instruments, technical assistance, etc., etc. There's a wide range of things that can be done just today at the EU level. But what we suggest and what we believe, and I think this is illustrated in this panel, please, this is the building blocks for the energy union, which for us are needed to put this shift into place, a new economic growth model, shift from the supply side to the demand side. An industrial strategy which is driven by innovation. Today, innovation in Europe, social energy policy. Today, when we're discussing energy poverty, we're discussing it from an internal market perspective, and it's mainly about tariffs and regulated tariffs. It goes much beyond it. If you want to empower the consumers, you need to empower them with the technologies as well, taking into account the way that they live, where they live, their house, etc. So it's much more than just tariffs. Innovative governance, unity in diversity. You know, you will never get a European energy mix. There are a hell of good assets in all EU countries. Some of them are not used at all. What we need is to build on the complementarities between national markets, not to harmonize everything, have just one single thing. No, build on the complementarities of the resources and the infrastructures. We need a trade policy for the defense and the promotion of our energy interest, related to the supply, of course, but also related to opening new markets for the technologies that the European companies will develop, invent, and be leaders in the world. Who knows? And I can continue like this. This is a major shift. A major shift. So this is what we suggest. This will bring to a breakthrough in the European integration, putting Europeans in a good position on international markets. But what we need to do is to take care also of the existing order, the existing energy systems, not to scratch everything and go for that only. This has to move. At the same time, we need to revise the European energy policy, many shortcomings that have been identified. And if you can put the last slide, thank you. We need to identify the shortcomings, it's done, and need to address these ones. We need to strengthen the existing players. Some of the players for this energy union are not already in the governance at all. They are outside. Investments, the effects are 20, 30, 40 years. Always in the energy sector. Who can tell me what will be the price next year? We don't know. We don't know. This is a problem. This needs to be addressed, which requires different solutions for these two worlds with different systems, etc. And we have an operator which it's fascinating to see trying to build the bridge and to invest in these two systems at the same time. The European Council, which will roughly say that energy union is a good thing, but with caveats. The real thing is, how do we make this concrete, operational, a tangible project, and not only for the economic actors, but also for the citizens.
For storage. If you look at countries that are not necessarily ideologically bound, like Europe, on renewables, the US, you see a large increase of renewables. So I think if you compare a combined cycle gas turbine today, costs €800 per installed kilowatt, and you add a PV solar panel plus a gigafactory battery, it's the only battery price I have, I know, it's 350 plus roughly €450. We're roughly at the same price, I mean, per down, but I think we need the competitive edge, and we can't leave it to manufacturers and as lobbyists and to define how the support schemes shall be developed. And I think the Commission is doing a very good approach. They're envisaging in their next couple of
both in part thanks also to public support, and the cause of overcompensation has been caused by these very fast developments, also driven in the case of solar by international competition. The support mechanism in a proper way that has some anchor in market price technology development, so the support can go down as the technology matures. On the other hand, I think this is a case also for supporting new technologies and still immature technologies in the future, in order to help the infant technologies to go down in their technology cost curve, and then phase out, and eventually, of course, end the support.
Difficult. And last point is that when we're discussing renewables, again, it's the matter of the way that the system will be in the future. You have wind parks, which can be big installations producing a lot. Solar PVs, it's hundreds.
I think we all agree around the table here, and I think that's a very good thing, that if renewables would grow further from here in the EU and within the Energy Union view, it should grow, or they should grow with as little subsidies as possible, and if possible, as you suggested, on the basis of the merits of their own technology. We don't believe that battery technology is already far enough advanced to have an enormous impact on the composition of the fleet of passenger vehicles. We don't believe yet that we are going to go very quickly to an all-electrical fleet. It's possible, and there are all kinds of things that can be done, usually on the margin, to improve their efficiency and to improve also the way in which they're being dispatched. But at least we agree about the fact that the different technologies have to get the opportunity to compete against each other on the basis of their own economical merit. And that is not...
sector which represents 55% of emission of the EU in 2014. So I don't know who wants to take this question.
I can say something. One of the key ways to decarbonize the economy and the system, which we have not mentioned much, is energy efficiency. This is a key point, but it needs a lot of investments, the way that consumer habits change, and to put the consumer at the heart of the system. This is key. But outside of that, there's a lot of sectors which are producing a lot of CO2, energy-intensive industries. So either you can help them to decrease their CO2 emissions, innovating in refining. What is the price of carbon? I was in Vienna last Friday at the EU Forest Summit, gathering all members of national parliaments around energy efficiency, renewables, etc. And there was someone who's Claude Turmes, leading MEPs about renewable energy, etc. He calculated, but at least private operators will be able to make economic choices taking into account, of course, the price of energy, which is already the case, and taking into account the price of carbon. Let's be realistic. They are not taking care of the price of carbon today. So we need a shift into that. And of course, then it's carbon taxation at European level. It's a matter of taxation. And taxation is an issue of Exactly. Look how bright are the students of the college from the economic department. It's a matter of national sovereignty. So it's a tough issue, and it shows the difference.
Just to complement what Sami was saying, taxes not only are a matter of political impossibility in Europe, but I think they also do not answer the question. We're talking about a very highly innovative, low carbon market, and I think the ETS has shown to be the mechanism that allows all two schools. And I would be very careful if Claude Turmes says it's €70. Yes, I know exactly what he's referring to. €70 as a fuel change price is a brand new CCGT, Irsching, I'm talking about a very high new Siemens plant, being trying to replace a very old lignite plant. Of course, I mean, this, efficiency and renewables. You would have onshore wind in the market if you had a 25 euro CO2 price. I mean, at a, let's say, 35 euro wholesale price today, and depending a little bit on how the fuel mix is. But if you have 55 euro on the wholesale market, you would have onshore wind in the market. And don't we want that? Don't we want them to be a market participant and not being hooked up to subsidy scheme? Efficiency is also with very little, I think 15 to 30 euro, you could already trigger efficiency without having to add subsidies. So I think the ETS, and this is what, if you look at the recent analyst reports, they say if the ETS is fixed in, let's say, 2019, 1st of January 2019, that's a proposal of the Latvian presidency right now. If you take off the 900 backloaded volumes plus the unallocated, say.
Beyond the if is how do we do it? How do we do it? Yeah, I mean, it's if we have this, but how do we go there? No, I'm not. But this is the big challenge.
Well, from the European Commission point of view, there's a reflection within the energy and climate change framework to revise it. Yes, notably, stability fund of allowances is considered in order to stabilize the
work, and you end up with a price. But it's a result of a supply-demand situation where the demand is being restricted artificially, and hopefully that leads to a certain price. That is how the Commission, I think, thinks about it. And now that the price is not what they wanted, they will. Technology advances can be fostered by market prices, and they can be subsidized. But we should stay away from the situation where we are subsidizing one kind or another of energy into the market in such a way that it costs society a lot of money.
Do contribute as well, but the crisis was basically the supply slump that was not reflected in the system. The system is quite static. So the system has therefore, this is what the Commission has put forward, the market stability reserve, which kind of cushions. So this is basically what's happening in the industry. We're probably the first movers, but these are two different logics, and I think the Aeon business will be much more crossing boundaries, what Sami was addressing. We're going to go more into the transport, looking out to the transport sector.
Different within the same one. Some companies are even structurally splitting to address these two sides, which at the end are the two sides of the same coin. It's the same energy system.
So I don't know if there is other question from the audience, or because we have to conclude. Yes, the last one.
Yeah, I would have. I'd have a question regarding the competitiveness of EU in the context in which a lot of companies will have to invest a lot in process of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. And how do you see this competitiveness of European companies in the context of the China competitiveness and the context that we have in the United States? Thank you very much.
I think we need to relieve the energy-intensive industries. Those who have process emissions, they need to be relieved, because the CO2 ambition is mainly in the electricity field, and I think this is something that Europe has to take into account. But it was addressed by the European Council in October, so I think that's an issue. And I think we won't ever meet the Chinese labor standards or US regulatory standards. That's a matter of fact. And we want to live like that, so I don't think that will change.
So
it's going to be a success.
Well, in our view, it's important to come to a system where the cost for CO2 emissions is comparable between the different regions that are competing with each other. And not just in very general terms, but also in the short term, where there is no new kind of arbitration system that is being opened up and developed such that people start speculating on emission rights in Europe versus the States versus China and changing their operations decisions every day.
All young people, our child, and to invest in education of those future people who will work in this economy, in this system, dealing with the energy transition, to train, educate, so also bright people. So I would suggest him to invest in the College of Europe.
We watched the same movie yesterday, so
yes,
for sure, education and awareness raising is key. But I mean, when it comes to the forthcoming negotiation in Paris, I think it is important to seize the moment. Carbon emission didn't grow this year after a long time. China seems much more concerned. The US the same. So maybe we should really seize the moment to have something more concrete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So lunch is downstairs or somewhere?
I want to talk with you with just one concrete thing. You know, in this chair of European energy policy, what we do is to speak also. We want our students, and sometimes we invite decision-makers as well, to see the reality of the energy world beyond the legal text, the books, etc. So we visit LNG terminal.
You know,
I'm talking about it already. It's a picture of the college in black and white.
It's a hologram of the college.
This comes from China. You're gonna see what you need to build in the future. Attention. Attention.
Oh.
That's emotional for you. It's a cup. It's a cup. Long time.
Yeah.
So if you will take your seats, we start. Let's see who's going to go first. Right. Over there. Then you can sit here. Sit here. So you
I'll come and sit here if you don't mind. I'll move and sit there.
Sit here.
I won't be able to see the slides from there. No, I can't sit. No, I think we all need to come and sit there when it's our turn.
I think we need to start because we need to finish on time. This is going to be a very brief session, also for the benefit of the Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Katainen. Welcome.
I believe it's digital or energy?
Energy, I think.
Energy?
Okay, we start with energy. Do you have slides?
I don't know. Sébastien?
There are slides, yes. But here is the remote control, so you can...
So, good afternoon. I was the moderator for the energy policy session, focused on how to achieve European in almost 30 years for the first 20%. Second failure is about long-term security of supply, which remain an issue. Then there was a consensus to say that the energy system needs significant investment in renewables, interconnection, and energy efficiencies. The fact that the EU needs to achieve energy cost reduction and competitiveness. Prices to end user rose sharply over last year, largely as a result of public support and subsidies to support renewable energy, and energy prices in Europe are higher than in the US or in Asia. Going forward, the Energy Union package goes in the right direction, and priorities identified by this integrate renewable fully into a competitive market is also key, and reducing public support for renewable. We all think that renewable reach competitiveness right now in many countries, and that supports public support and subsidies to carbon more efficiently. Last priority it was about energy efficiency. The European Commission should encourage energy efficiencies in building and transport. We were all agreed to say that.
There it is, trade.
I'll address this quickly, and apologies to the participants. I'm now going to give a 3-minute medley, and we actually had a very interesting sort of nearly 2-hour discussion. Bit of a discussion of what's it trying to achieve. Are we actually talking about convergence, as in the title, or is it more compatibility? But the point was made that it aims to achieve greater regulatory compatibility between two, quite honestly, quite entrenched systems. The point was also made that transparency is needed on both sides. However, the Commission very rightly pointed out that we do need mutual respect for both sides. So yes, Europe is showing unprecedented transparency in terms of the documents that are being put on, on the internet. We can access them, but there has to be respect. The point was also made that we do need new rules on IP. It will not be simple to achieve those new rules, but that this is a critical point. One recurring item that was sort of discussed a bit was the idea that the EU and the US need to set standards, because otherwise it could actually come from reducing technical barriers to trade. So I think these technical barriers, and I hope I'm not translating well what was said earlier today, but I think the message here is these are technical barriers. So these are not necessarily the very highly sensitive political issues that are being debated here based on existing trade agreements and the outcomes they've had. The idea is that there will be an overall positive welfare effect, but they will be losers. So that is a point that also does need to be addressed, and the economic impact does need to be addressed, and policies will need to address these specific upon exporting. Whereas if we have SMEs which are currently not in that situation, they've not been moving out to reach other markets, they might have more difficulties. And then just as a final conclusion, I think what came across quite strongly is the whole benefit of the actual regulatory cooperation.
Economy, which affects the ability of the digital economy to grow. And examples that keep coming up would be Uber and Airbnb. If there are taxi regulations which are regulation of the taxi industry, which are put in place in a way which blocks the entry of innovative digital services like Uber, you are constraining the growth of the digital economy via regulation of a different part of the economy. So it's very important when we're thinking about policy for the digital economy, you've got to have a broad conception, understand the structural reforms that are required, broad structural reforms that are required if the European market is really going to take advantage of the potential of digital. So the comments on the initiatives so far taken by the Commission were broadly positive, and I think there was consensus around the table, although clearly not all aspects of the industry were represented there, is that what's on the table at the moment and the direction of travel at the moment is a good one and will benefit the industry. And there was a strong view that there is both a popular and a commercial demand for a single market, digital market within Europe. The question then is, well, how far is that agenda by the European institutions going to get derailed by national interests and opposition from vested interests within nation states? And so that's an open question, and there was some concern expressed about that. But then finally, thinking about constraints to the growth of the digital economy, there's also a...
You're going to tell us where to sit. Should we do this everyone up, or shall we?
Actually, I have never had the chance to study in the College of Europe, but I have always been thinking, what should I do in order to have a chance to speak here or give a lot of it there is not work. I've been a bit surprised that sometimes, even today, we have to underline the importance of profit-making enterprises, and there is the profit itself is not a value, but it's a precondition in order to create new jobs. It's not that orderly, burdensome regulation. We will act to remove it. We will be bigger and more ambitious on big things, and smaller and more modest on small things. I can assure you that there is nothing bigger for this Commission than getting jobs and growth back into the European economy. The discussions today is therefore extremely timely. Not only the title of this conference as a whole, but also of the 3 sessions themes you have chosen for in-depth discussion: digital, on an investment plan for Europe. In line with the first priority of the political guidelines, this communication set out a roadmap to reverse the downward trend in investment. To help boost job creation and economic recovery and supply side of our economy, and we need action on both. I see this plan very much as a triangle with the 3 interlocking elements, designed to help the EU to take a decisive to the European Investment Bank, which will allow them to crowd in private sector finance for projects, especially for higher risk projects. We know that there is plenty of liquidity in Europe, but it is not being translated into investment. We think the EFSI identified more than 2,000 projects worth 1.3 trillion euros. So there is real demand for project finance and investors who are willing to put up money and we need to get them together. In addition, we want to ensure critical quotas, but we also know that SMEs and mid-caps have specific financing needs that are not currently being met. We have therefore set aside a quarter of the EFSI financing capacity for these emerging companies who are Finally, let me particularly highlight the critical importance of the third element in a triangle, an improved investment environment through a deeper and wider single market with better regulation at its core. For me, this is the most important, with the forward-looking climate policy, whose 5 dimensions are closely interrelated and mutually reinforcing energy security, solidarity and trust, a fully integrated European energy market, energy efficiency contributing to moderation of demand, and decarbonizing the economy, and research, innovation and competitiveness. A reasonable and balanced transatlantic trade and investment partnership with the United States, our closest economic partner, where two-way investment are counted not in billions but trillions of euros, and where there is potential to grow even further. This trade agreement is not only about trade, but it's also very much a political decision. We as a Commission, we are a regulator, and for a regulator it's always easy to regulate the past, or even the present. But it's very much it's much more difficult and more challenging to regulate the future. And that's why we need the feedback from private sector. What are the areas to regulate in order to achieve better and more harmonized, for instance, digital single market? And what are the areas in which we should deregulate? What these all have in common is but we also face great opportunities. First, oil prices have declined sharply and remain at about half of the peak last June. Second, the euro has depreciated markedly, boosting our export potential. Third, the ECB has not yet feel any benefit. This Commission is at the beginning of a 5-year mandate, and we need to set a long-term agenda. But we also need to respond to the urgency of the moment. To conclude, therefore, are great, but so are our assets. No other region on Earth at any other time of human history has provided such a high quality of life to the overwhelming majority of its citizens. When we look around us in Bruges, we can see what greatness Europe is capable of. When it looks out to the world and creates the right conditions for businesses and to thrive. We have also faced some dark moments in our past, and we have overcome them. When I look around this lecture hall, I see the potential future leaders of Europe. Years from now, I want them, I mean you, to look back and say we made right decisions in a difficult time, that we invested in the foundation for recovery and growth. Thank you very much. I very much look forward to answer your questions, and I'm very happy if you could give some feedback and help us to regulate the future so that our future is...
Getting from the many people you're meeting, particularly about the investment plan and whether you were had any more concrete ideas or aha moments about how your plans to promote investment were going to bridge that gap that we were talking about.
I'm visiting all the member states and 24 of them by the end of June, trying to collect ideas and feedback, especially from the private sector, but also from the governments. And our aim is to explain what are the new opportunities, how the EFSI will about Solvency II. We should make it more flexible in order to encourage insurance sector to invest in European infrastructure. What I'm expecting more, probably Andrus Ansip and Oettinger knows it much better, but but I do hope that people in the fields of digital economy would be active, very active, telling us what we should deregulate and what we should regulate. At least for me personally, it's quite challenging environment. It's very challenging, but we need more feedback from this area. Very much many people agree on the principles which we have. Point that it has been quite surprising that every time when you meet people from insurance or from institutional investors, or institutional investors and people from insurance sector, they are mostly interested in project pipeline, which is understandable, and we
they want to know what's coming.
yeah, because actually it was the initiative of investment bankers. They say that they would like to invest in European infrastructure, but it's very difficult the projects which are the most suitable for them.
Good, thank you. Now, questions from the floor. Please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Vice President. My name is Maxime Bureau from 3M, so a technology company in energy and healthcare and so on. You mentioned, of course, we are very supportive of what you launched with the President Juncker, as well as the Energy Union, which has been launched last February. Now, we were with you.
Will function. The first, or some anecdotes of the new fund. Its capital base is 21 billion, which allows EIB to raise funds from the market in worth 60 billion. This is the new public lending capacity of the fund. It will not provide any subsidies or grants, but it does junior investment to infrastructure, and also it will do fund investment in order to distribute resources, equity, guarantees, quasi-equity and loans to SME sector. So the distributor of this money, this SME lending, are usually local, either innovation funds or national promotional banks. In some cases, even commercial banks can play a role. It will concentrate on higher risk projects because it doesn't want to crowd out private resources. And it's providing, as I said, it does junior investment, so if there are losses, it will take the first hit, the fund will take the first hit, and this is the way we try to crowd in private resources. The governors of the, and this committee will set the risk level and risk profile, and it will keep the investment policy guidelines. Then there is a firewall, which is very high, behind which there's investment committee that everybody can trust on the analysis what the fund is doing. So it's very important to look very carefully how the fund will function, because one of the issues is that first of all it should provide loans to different part of Europe, even though we don't have any country-specific quotas. The second, it cannot crowd out private financing. And the third, it should...
For the Vice President. First one is about the financing of the EFSI, of the Strategic Investment Fund. Do you really think that it's a wise idea to is constrained by its AAA rating? So you have to go in, when taking risks, you have to go beyond that constraint. So my second question is, don't you think that by, quote, leveraging on high risk investment, that you create extra high risk, debt risk for the European Union? That might that not be where you end up? Thank you.
Than it was 2 years ago. And now we are planning to use 3.5% of this larger fund by reducing the amount of of grants, subsidies, and increasing significantly the amount of financial instruments. So we have to basically choose whether we want to finance a little bit of, or finance research by distributing grants, 2.7 billion, or do we want to look at the countries in which the R&D per GDP ratio is highest? You can easily find that in those countries they are using a lot of financial instruments. They are of course using grants, but this is the case at university, and they were very happy with the cooperation with EIB, because they had invested together with the private sector to principal research facilities. And they said that they can easily understand this leverage effect. So the both areas, research and transportation or traffic, will benefit the most of this new fund. The second question, high risk project to SMEs, which cannot get it from the banks, then there's no need to do this kind of fund. But we think it's reasonable, because we have market failures in this area, and that's why we have to take more risk. But the risk is quite limited, and we know what it can be in worst case scenario. It's 16 billion. Is it a lot? Of course it's a lot, but I don't expect the fund to lose all its money.
More questions? At the back there in the white shirt.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak to us, Commissioner. I have a quick question. The EFSI is a much more developed policy than the Capital Markets Union. You yourself spoke about how the Capital Markets Union will...
We expect that the leverage ratio of EFSI lending is, or the average is times 15. Many people have criticized this, but if you look at the result of EIB from last year, their leverage was times 18. So it's achievable. Of course, it varies a lot between the projects. The more you lend to SMEs, the higher the leverage is. But when investing in high risk, it will complement EFSI, and EFSI is more timely focused, and the Capital Market Union will make a permanent change in our market. One thing what we have to consider is the need to harmonize regulation, and even before that this happens, we could do something in the regional level to integrate venture capital if they are willing to do it to the projects. But is interested in this kind of ideas, you can contact us, my cabinet, or then be in contact to national promotional banks who have been willing to provide some additional lending capacity. The second point, completely different, and it has this time has created division between the member states, and also we have lost the confidence in the people's mind. I'm not only talking about populistic movements, but just an ordinary responsible citizens feel that it's not nice to be citizens of integrated Europe, at least in some extent than before the crisis. Or there are things that, or thinking that somebody is thinking that why the other Europeans have not been solidary enough, or why they are asking us to reform our countries. And the others are saying that why the others are milking our cow. So the internal market and development of internal market, because there are good reasons we need it, could be the first projects for many years in which we don't have a division between South and North. It could include everybody on board, even the most skeptical countries. And it would be the first time when we are doing something together in order to create better surrounding without dealing with the crisis. So from this point of view, I also think that this internal part of our investment plan is very crucial. Because I, like many here, believe that there are still things what we have not achieved from the integration. We should integrate in some areas and highlight the importance of national responsibility in the other areas. But still Europe could perform better if we had deeper integration in some particular area, and internal market is for sure one of these examples.
Thank you very much. In the absence of burning questions, I think we'd like... Oh, finally we flush you out. Another few minutes. We have two, we'll come back to you.
Hello. I have a question on the, which is related to the social policy of the European Union. In the last months, there were a lot of discussions on...
For instance, the unemployment rate is permanently higher than in some other parts of Europe. And if this new mechanism creates a situation that there is kind of permanent transfer from the countries which are competitive to the countries...
Belgian business for Europe. I have an institutional question, Mr. Vice President, taking the benefit of a Vice President of the Commission being with us here. Could you reassure us that the Commission functions well and give us the examples how...
Commission, because there are 6 coordinated or 7 coordinated, 7 vice presidents who have a coordination role. The High Representative was more the same in the last or in the previous Commission. So, and it doesn't. This fact does not change, or it doesn't depend on the size of the portfolio. If you have a very little tiny portfolio, you are still active. So what comes out of the pipeline? Lots of huge amount of little things. And now Juncker won the role of vice president. My role is a bit different than maybe some of my colleagues, because I don't have the same title as any commissioners have. So Vera Jourova, who is in charge of insolvency issues, with Elżbieta Bienkowska, because we are talking about internal market. So this is one of the examples of my job. I bring people together and try to spread the ownership of this important issue and try to share the work what each and everyone should do in order to achieve a capital market union. The second example is circular economy. It is not only an environmental issue. My idea of Commission. So, at least from my point of view, I'm very satisfied for the new structure. I don't have any difficulties to cooperate with any of the commissioners with whom I have to cooperate. And it's been very nice that there's been even more commissioners. Now I have 10 commissioners who I'm supposed to coordinate. There's been even more knocking our door and saying that I think I could contribute to investment or competitiveness. Why don't you coordinate us? So also climate and energy sector is put together at the moment, but maybe there is need for further reforms in the later stage. I think that it's always nice to a little bit shake the structures, because
start judging the new investment plan sometime in the middle of next year. How are you going to judge its success, and when?
The EFSI should give the first loans to the projects in September or October. And by the end of the year, I hope we can see at least some results, how well it has functioned with the SME financing and what kind of projects it has selected to invest in. At the end of the year, we should know more about the proposals of developing single market in various areas you talked about it. So the quality of the proposals can be assessed by the end of the year. But also, it's very important to design so that it is exactly what private investors want, because otherwise it doesn't make any difference. There is no conflict of interest at all. It's just a public service for private investors. So, yeah, in 6 months' time.
So until everybody got its picture with Mr. Kaplan.
Good. Well, if everybody is more or less ready, let's get underway. We have another hour or so to go, and if we push on, we can have more questions and more discussion at the end. We are trying to wrap up a day in which I'd say, and I've been very impressed by the morning discussions, we started with some very big questions. Not only the question that was presented in the conference program about how to drive growth, but we moved on in our opening panel to discuss, well, exactly what is growth? What is it for? We heard from one panelist that you can't eat growth. Maybe it's not what we should be pursuing. And we had some very plausible explanations of why growth in Europe is poor. We've had a diagnosis of some of the problems. And I have to say, having finished the very first session myself, sharing Deanne Julius's notion that Europe was rather depressed, the workshops have shown that there is indeed lots of ideas, lots of discussion of innovation, new things afoot in the energy sector, in trade, and in the digital industries in Europe. So I don't think we need to feel quite so depressed. But we wanted to round up with the view from, if you like, the bottom up. We've had the view from the Commission and from a governmental level as to what they are doing to try to promote and foster these seeds of growth. And now we're going to hear from Europe's businesses as to how they are going about things, what they would like to hear, and what they are working on themselves. So, first of all, to introduce the panel, those of you who don't have the sheets in front of you, of Euro Chambers, which has a particular emphasis on small business and entrepreneurs. So we're going to commence with Klaus Dieter, is going to tell us in a very sober manner how things look from the point of view of global business trying to make a living in Europe, trying to give us jobs.
Good afternoon, and thank you for invitation. And if it will be sober, we will see. But let me start with a brief introduction into what Hitachi is. Before that, I need to thank you for not introducing me as a Japanese business. I'm really thankful for that because we are driving our business in a way that we are close to our customers. And we feel us here in Europe as a European company, led by Europeans, managed by Europeans. And we do so with more than 11,000 employees in the region. In total, Hitachi had 320,000 employees. We are a $49 billion revenue company in 2014. We are active in 180 countries. I hope might be more. For Europe, the 11,000 people are working in research, in engineering, in sales, in manufacturing, all different areas. So, like a real European company, not with Japanese shareholders. Our activities include hard and software offerings in the field of transportation, automotive, healthcare, power, construction machinery, data systems, consulting, and I'm pretty sure I forgot some. Our portfolio is huge. Looking at capabilities that we have both on the operational technology side as well as on the information technology side, because we believe you only can develop solutions for the market if you have the competence on both areas. Last month, Hitachi has announced the establishment of a new global structure. 4 regions have been given the authority to drive the business in a very autonomous style. That is the Japanese word. I guess it's more self-managed or self-reliant. Be in the markets where we have the responsibility for to better understand of what the framework is in that we need to do business. And having said that, that is also giving me the introduction to Europe. Why do we invest in Europe? Let me not go through all these more general topics that we have heard this morning, that we have got summarized by the Vice President. For us, Europe is, beside all the maybe real, maybe sometimes still say it's a single market. I know it's not true in the deep sense, but the US, with all its different states, with all its different regulations, is not a single status, is not a single market as well. The only difference is language. And that is something we should work on more than on anything else. Europe has, with its maturing infrastructure, aging society, and sustainable energy politics, an outstanding role for social innovation business. In none of the other regions we see this combination of aging with a need for replacement and we are an infrastructure company. Europe enjoys a significant amount of assets in transportation. Europe has the largest network of high-speed railway tracks and the highest number of high-speed trains. Just to show how that reflects us in our decision-making on investments, in February this year we decided to acquire a 2 billion euro asset in Italy in the railway business to develop it for the European but also for the world market. Not for technology reasons only. We have our own high-speed trains in Japan and in many other areas in the world, but nevertheless, for us, Europe and its infrastructure is an area where we do investment. And also is an indicator for the chances a company like us has in Europe's diversity as it has been done. What we see is that In social innovation, you have a lot of, on digitization, you have a lot of opportunities to make things better. If it is the product, if it is the service, or if it is just your reputation. Talking on rail, I guess every one of us knows that the Japanese railway system is one where you can put your clock on, and we'll come to that point later on in more detail. And if I see that as our target for Europe, we have a lot of work to do. However, even seeing these chances, and they were more symbolic than in full line, it is essential for Europe and a prerequisite for its recovery that Europe achieves an overall competitiveness. We must not forget that on a global level, Europe is in competition situation with many other regions. And a company like us invests return on investment. It's a safe infrastructure, it's a safe framework of regulations that needs to be available in the region. In this framework of regulations is something that, from our point of view, is an area where Europe has a chance to improve. The legal framework, first of all, needs to be predictable. It needs to be long-lasting and sustainable. If we are going for an investment like we do in the UK for a nuclear power station, that has to serve for 30, 40 years. The society with sustainable, with cheap electricity. Then we also need to request, and we can only do an investment in case that we are sure that the political boundary conditions, the framework, is stable. Europe needs to understand that predictability of regulation is one of the obvious keys for investors. Legal certainty is also ensured by solid legal frameworks. The intellectual property right legislation, the data protection, and the directive on public procurement are just a few to name here. Europe is presently in a process of updating or adopting these directives, and it is crucial that the Commission guarantees consistency of their policies in this. EU standards have been addressed earlier, so I can make it very quick here. EU standards, from our point of view, should be tomorrow's global standards and not barriers for industry. The days where barriers, where standards were used to protect the home industry are over. If for good or not, every company can answer the question for itself. We, as a global company, strongly believe that any barriers will only reduce growth in the region. Setting standards, Europe has the people, has the experience in setting standards. We could be in the region one of the driving forces to establish global standards. We at least can contribute, as in the workshop I've seen the outcome was doing that together with the US. In the field of digital economy, I guess the European Union, that was energy crisis, I don't know. My speaking time is over. Nevertheless, it's energy. I guess one thing here that we admire with the Commission is their policy in digital by default, preparing laws in a way that digitization can really be employed and that the citizens don't have or will not feel a burden on bringing in these new fields. And in the energy field, I guess it's very likely that Europe has set the blueprint for the worldwide applications of energy efficiency, of emission reduction, of development and inclusion of renewables. I've said Europe, not Germany, to make that very clear. Standards, if well designed, can be driver for business investments. New regulations normally lead to also in leverage of new technologies, of new business fields for companies like us. Europe should absolutely avoid, at least as far as they can, that standards in the different single member states are interpreted in a way that the single member states get their single advantages. It might give them a short-term advantage, but definitely they have to pay back. That is not a good investment, so to say, from our point of view. Briefly looking to the FTAs, both of them are, from our point of global company, absolutely important. With view on standardization, I guess I would also open the door, enable the platform to come to global standards in both with the Japanese side and the transatlantic FTA. Research, development, innovation roadmap or innovation platform. Vice Commissioner was taking on these points, and honestly also for time savings, I can only absolutely agree, 100% agree what he said. We need to have a higher leverage of financial funds to go for more projects. We need to take risk. The European Union needs to take risk from the smaller enterprises. And the venture capital market, the venture capital conditions need to be in a way that we can, as a huge company, also be active in that field in a much higher degree. Talking to numbers, yes, the Horizon 2020 program is a nice, maybe the biggest funding, but compared to the spendings of global companies for research and development, it's on a percentage basis small. So there is room for improvement still. Last point in this is that we want to emphasize the importance of collaboration in research, but not only research, to be precise. Collaboration between all the stakeholders involved. It's not so that you can do research in your university, in your laboratories, and come out with a product. The success rate that it is really in development, a product or a service that is needed by society, that is needed by customers, is getting smaller and smaller. The more you go into complex new schemes in the field of digitization, you need for that kind of solution business the participation of your customers, of society, for two reasons. Description of problem comes from the customer, and you can only give an answer if you understand completely right what the problem is, and acceptance by society is something that is driving the change process. Digitization is giving us a huge field of change, and if acceptance is not created by transparent, open, correct information, we will see that we will end up in a lot of hesitance, a lot of opposition even against digitization and ideas or practices. Let me come to the last point of my speech, and that is more reflecting to the digital economy, energy. What solutions we can do for Europe and what is the benefit out of Europe for this. We have heard the one digital market. We have seen that if one consequently utilizes the potential of social innovation, digitization markets, the potential to create a market of more than $2 trillion by 2020 is realistic. And you can see so in some studies we have done together with Frost and Sullivan. It's detailed in many sectors. What is it all about is that one links the driver of the concept with the user in a way that processes, that products, that services can be done in a way of not anymore taking your decisions on history. You can take it on real time, you can do it in a way that you change the future. A big word, I know what it is. But if you get the information that as of today it looks like that there will be a queue in the next street, you drive a different street, and that is nothing else than changing the future. And these kind of business can do. Let me give you some ideas on what it practically means with traffic. In Turkey, we are currently working on a solution to reduce the queues in Istanbul. By real-time data that we take from different indicators, we are able to predict when a queue will happen. So we do not report anymore there is a queue. We say if you do driving that street, you have to expect half an hour is a queue. The first results we have got from that are absolutely convincing. And I guess also for Brussels, it could be something that could be needed, I may imagine. Healthcare, we have discussed on aging societies. Healthcare is to be seen in 3 cycles: the pre-medication, medication, and the post-medication cycle. The highest costs are presently in medication. If you know earlier that you're getting ill, you can do with small amount of money a lot to not getting ill, to don't need medication. A test run is done in Manchester for diabetes. Great results, but it also shows the difficulties of solution business, the business model, how to earn money with this. The effect of this solution is that you do not get ill. Do you pay for not getting ill, for something that everybody is expecting? So business model is a good point for improvement. Improvement, and that gives me the key back to the railway business. In Tokyo, we have set up a software system, real-time based simulation of 19 commuter train lines, 300 stations, maintenance depots, passenger information, whatever belongs to that system in this virtualization scheme. It works. It is not anymore in prototype phase. It's not anymore just an idea. You can see it, and you see what performance you can get out of these systems. Our goal as a company is to achieve optimization in all infrastructure areas. We strongly believe that that is in line with society is expecting. I guess we are just in the change from a society that was determined by ownership into a new society that is on sharing. And sharing of assets, sharing of activities, sharing of a lot of things will determine our future, a future that can be realized if digitization is done correctly. Conclusion for Europe. We are prepared to contribute, we are prepared to invest, as we have done in many cases, and it's an open secret that for the next 3-4 years we are intending to double our revenues in Europe, to even over proportional increase the employees, the jobs that will be created, that we also bring leadership to Europe. For example, for railways, the global headquarters is now in London. But I also need to say that finally Europe is self-responsible for its success. I earlier said it's competition between the regions. The Juncker Commission has fantastic plans. If they realize what they have said, there could be a great future for Europe coming. If that is enough, or if there's a need for more, time will see. Europe has to improve its competitiveness and its ability to adapt to ever quicker changing environments. And that is something what I see personally as the biggest difficulty, biggest challenge for Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Klaus-Dieter, and thank you. I was going to put a question to each of you as you finished, but you answered my question, because my question was always going to be, give us an example of some of your exciting new technologies that are responding to this, and with traffic and with health, you've more than answered those questions. We're now going to turn to Marcus, who is going to tell us about some research you've been doing and also some proposals and ideas you have on the subject. Thank you. Marcus from Business Europe.
Well, thank you, Alistair, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this distinguished conference. I think it's the first time I'm in Bruges since 1995, if I remember correctly, when I had the habit back in the 90s to visit these Austrian balls here. Still think they still exist, and this is a very good memory. So again, thanks for inviting me, and happy to be here. Maybe 2 words about Business Europe, because you stressed it. Well, obviously, Business Europe, of course, is the federation of the leading business, industry, and employees federation across the continent. But we also, and this brings me back to Mr. Rennert, we also have something which is called Advisory and Support Group, which is grouping the companies directly, and this means we have direct access to the knowledge and to the expertise of the company. My distinguished predecessor, Philippe Dubuc, and good friend sitting here in the second row, had the brilliant idea in creating this group. And I think we recently also could significantly grow it. We are approaching 70 top corporations. And as Mr. Reinhardt said, I mean, not all of them are headquartered in Europe. Most of them are headquartered in Europe, but some of them, of course, in Japan, in South Korea, and the United States, etc. But of course, they're all European companies. And for us, this is very important to give us this balance. So the topic of today, I think this is very much in the focus of what we are doing. And as Alistair was saying, I would like to start maybe with a short assessment of the status quo, because we are just about tomorrow, I mean, we had our press conference yesterday, but tomorrow we'll officially publish our Business Europe Reform Barometer 2015. And this Reform Barometer is doing 2 things. One, we are benchmarking Europe towards the world, towards our main competitors, the United States, Japan, and China, of course, partners, trading partners, but also competitors, of course. And the second part is, together with our member federations, and as a colleague from FEB here, so the Belgian member, together with our member federations, we do an in-depth analysis and assessment on the implementation of the so-called European semester, and we have a very close look on the so-called country-specific recommendations and have a look, is it the right ones, and are they correctly implemented? So now on the first part on our comparison to the world, and I mean, I think it has been stressed. I mean, you talked about this today. Vice President has stressed it. Of course, so far we didn't manage to really come to recovery, so we have been further falling behind. And on growth terms, you can read this that we are still slightly below the place we have been in growth before the crisis. Slightly, we are catching up. But in the same time, when the US had an extra growth compared to the year 2008 of 8%, China had 64%, and India had 48%. In these 6 years, in Europe, we lost 6 million jobs, whereas in the US, 1 million jobs have been created. And the most striking figure, and for me a very important one, is a figure I always have a close look every year, is our share in the global foreign direct investment flows. And there we have a significant drop of 40% share we had in the year 2000 to 17% recently. So we more than halved our share in this global foreign direct investment flow, which is pretty alarming. So we clearly have a competitiveness problem, and Klaus-Dieter Reinhardt stressed it. And we also have a look, of course, in the existing rankings there are, and we do small compilations. And of course, in this case, we use the data of the World Economic Forum, of the Institute of Management Development in Lausanne, and also of the World Bank. And the result is always the same. I mean, we are not bad, but we are not good enough. And overall, we are lagging behind on a number of points as far as competitiveness is concerned. And there's a long list of reasons. I'd only stress some of them because otherwise time will be too short. I mean, the overall tax burden is much higher, 50% higher than in the US, still 25% higher than in Japan. The cost of starting a business is 3 times higher than it would be in the US. It takes twice the time it would take in the US. Industrial and energy prices, very important point. I mean, we still are at 2.5 multiplier compared to the US. But if you talk about a concrete investment, it can go up to 5 times. And they would also guarantee you the prices for 10 years, thing you cannot even do in Europe due to the competition policy. And last but not least, maybe also one figure on the digital economy. If you compare the leading economies in the world, Europe is the only major economy in the world where we had a decline in the per capita investment in broadband since the start of the crisis. Also very alarming because, I mean, this is one of the backbone stories we will need in order to really succeed in the digitalization of our economy. Now let me come to the second part of our assessment, which is the in-depth analysis of the so-called country-specific recommendation. And there we would ask our members 2 questions. One, is the country-specific recommendations the right ones? So are the recommendations good ones? And there the answer is a strikingly clear yes. We already had a high figure last year, which was 83%, and it even went up to 90%. So, I mean, the Vice President is not here, unfortunately, but I said it this morning at breakfast with Vice President Dombrovskis. This is a big compliment for the Commission, because it means that over the years, I mean, the recommendations have become more precise and the right ones, and also the Member States to water it down less compared to former days in Council. So this is the good side of the coin. The bad side is, of course, that some Member States found out they can take the decision in the Council, but then if they don't care too much anymore, nothing happens. And this brings me to the implementation of these country-specific recommendations. And of course, I admit it's always difficult to translate qualitative assessments into quantitative figures. And you can always have a debate whether glass is half full or half empty, on what side of the thing you account for it. But here, on this question, is the country-specific recommendations implemented in a satisfactory way? The answer is a little frustrating because it is 22% after 23% last year. So I would not say it is a decline because this is pretty close, but it is stagnant on a very low level, and it is certainly not enough to reform the continent. And let me finish this initial part on underlining, if you look more into the details of our research, you can see that reforms do pay off. Because if you look at the countries which have done reforms in the last years, sometimes painful, you could see that they start to reap the positive consequences, and in some cases even surprisingly quickly. And I talk about countries like Ireland, Spain, up to a certain extent, not at the same strength as Spain, but up to a certain extent also Portugal, certainly the Baltic countries. And you would see that the countries I've now stressed, and if you look at the projections for this year, the prognostics, this is the countries which are foreseen to have the most significant growth throughout this year 2015. Of course, you should add Germany to the fastest growing economies, but I would say this is not so much due to the structural reforms they did in the last years, because I haven't seen so much. But of course, this is due to the structural reforms they did earlier. And of course, once you're best in class, I mean, you take profit of a lot of situations. But overall, I would say the picture is a very clear one. And the Vice President has stressed this. We might have a window of opportunity. There is a mix of macro conditions which might allow us to do the reforms we need to do. There is this quantitative easing story of the European Central Bank. There is, of course, the interpretation, the more flexible interpretation of the Stability and Growth Pact by the European Commission. There is the very low oil price, and if you had a look today, it is again more or less heading downwards to 50 at the time being, 50 euros, and there's the very weak euro. So there could be a window of opportunity for doing the reforms which are necessary. But of course, we must use it as a window of opportunity and not misuse it as a window of complacency, because you could also come to an opposite result. And my former chief economist, when I served as the Director General of the Federation of Austrian Industry, in these cases was always talking about sweet poison. So of course, if we misuse this window of opportunity, it could have opposite effects. And back to our report, I mean, there is also some countries which start to rest on their laurels. And I would never use this if this was not coming from the country itself. I mean, the chairman of our ECOFIN committee, she's a Swede, is talking, as far as her home country is concerned, of the fat cat syndrome. So what we need is, of course, the countries which have to do the reforms to catch up and to use this window of opportunity to catch up, but we don't have the countries which have a significantly good situation to rest on their laurels. So now let me come to the chapters. And of course, you heard a lot about investment, TTIP, and energy. I'm afraid you might hear a little more because, of course, this is actually the key points we are focusing at. And let me start with the investment plan, but I'll try to only focus on the most important points because a lot has been said, and of course, the most authorized person to talk about this is Jyrki Katainen. So obviously, this will be the key topic of one of our flagship events this year, the Business Europe Day next week, which will run under the flag of Invest in Europe. The other flagship event we'll have in May, the European Business Summit, will focus on the digital, so you see we cover it all in a way. But of course, and Mr. Vice President has said it, I mean, I talked about the global foreign direct investment flows. We all know that the current level of investment in Europe is the lowest for 20 years, and I don't have to go deeper in the figures. And if I look at this investment strategy the European Union has put on the table, there's basically three pillars. Number one is, of course, this money pillar with this famous 315 billion and the procedure. Number two is the pipeline of projects, and number three is the list of obstacles and the investment climate. And I would agree with the Vice President, this is the most important one. But let me start with the money part, with the FC, as I call it, the EFSI, and the procedure. I mean, of course, first, the leverage is very ambitious, but we think that the approach is the right one, to use a certain amount of public capital on a first loss basis to attract private investment. And of course, it's ambitious, but we think if you do it right, it is possible, or let's say not impossible. But when I say if you do it right, and again, the Vice President has stressed it, but I would like to very much underline this, you have to keep politics out. And again, the breakfast I had today was on the preparation of the so-called tripartite social summit, which will happen on Thursday, which is the exchange of view of the 3 presidents with the leaders of the social partners. And our social partners would like to have a role in this investment board. And our take is no way, because there is no role for the social partners in attributing the investment, because it's a very simple story. I mean, there's many things where the social partners and the social dialogue are very important, but in this case, we have to keep the decisions free of any alien reasons, because it's very simple. If we don't keep politics out, the private capital will not be attracted, and if the private capital will not be attracted, the whole plan will be a failure, and this is something we cannot afford. Number 2 is, of course, the project pipeline, and let me just say this is not something we are dealing with so much, but it is reassuring that Mr. Katainen was saying it is still in the making, and there's still adaptations done until June, because for what we hear so far, there are simply not enough good projects. So it's really reassuring to see that this is still in the making. But let me focus on the 3rd pillar. And I'm happy to see myself in line with the Vice President, because this is the real issue. This is solving the obstacles, overcoming the obstacles, and really improving the investment climate. Because in most of the press conference we're having on this topic, I mean, the journalists are always saying, well, this is improving the investment climate. And my answer is always, no, this is not improving the investment climate. This can help to kickstart, and we fully support it. But the investment climate, we will have to improve it step by step, chapter by chapter, barrier by barrier. And we have made very concrete proposals on this in 12 chapters. And there is no shortcut to this. But if I look at the proposal of the Commission, and if I look at the Commission work program, a lot of this is going to the right direction. Of course, now it is about implementation, and we will have to regulatory review it. Second chapter I wanted to touch upon is the energy policy, the energy union story. And I listened carefully to the assessment from the working group, which talked about a certain failure. Well, I mean, you could say, if you look at, let's say, energy policy, again, in the US, and energy policy in Europe, you could say, from a helicopter perspective, that, well, energy production in Europe has become costlier, dirtier, and the utilities don't earn money. Whereas in the US, it has become cheaper, cleaner, and the utilities do make money. Well, of course, I'm simplifying, but there is a problem. So we think we need a real change in our energy and climate policy. And to underline one of the factors you have stressed in your report is, of course, the prices and the cost competitiveness, because this is something which is driving investment outside Europe, and I've talked about it. Sometimes the comparison is 5 times higher if you compare to the United States. And to bring you 2 examples, I have an example of a larger steel company, which has a medium-sized investment, I would say, in the US. And the difference in the energy bill, and the yearly energy bill, is 150 million a year. And I have another example from a large chemical company, which has a large investment, and the difference in the energy bill, again, on the yearly basis, is 500 million euros, half a billion. So you cannot earn this. So this is why we are so persistent on this question of cost competitiveness, because this is one of the main factors of the main drivers. Does a company, certainly in certain sectors, invest in Europe or not? There's much more I could say about the energy union, but I do not want to be too long, and we can come back to this in the discussion, of course. Let me switch to digital policy, and again, only focusing on the real issues. Of course, we are in the middle of a fourth industrial revolution. What we are having here is a real change. What we are having, this transformation, is obviously shortening the value chains. It is leading to more vertical integration. And of course, there will be enormous opportunities. And the figures have been stressed, and I also agree. I mean, I think also the very ambitious figures we have seen in the studies are realistic. But of course, there will be winners and losers. And you might know that, I mean, out of the top 50 world high-tech internet ICT companies, only 7 is headquartered in Europe. Of course, this doesn't mean that there's not more European companies, and we have heard it clearly from Klaus-Dieter Rennert. But of course, you could also say there are certain things in Europe we will have to catch up. But catching up doesn't mean we can copy the business model of the others, because this normally doesn't work. Catching up means that we also have to shape this process in a direction where our European business model, which is very much based on production, which is very much based on the know-how how to produce, and also on the know-how how to link this with world-class service and what we call servicification, that we have to shape this process in a direction that at the end of the day, our business model will be on the winning side. And I think this is the real challenge. And to bring you one striking example where I think this is working pretty well, this servicification, example I like a lot is Michelin. I mean, they have, former days they have just produced tires and they have sold tires. Nowadays they sell their full expertise via full contract solutions, meaning they have the data, they produce the data, they would give you advice what kind of tire you need when, they would give you full feedback on your cost ratio, and they would provide you with the tires at the right moment for the right part of the year, and also reducing your fuel consumption and your lower carbon footprint. And it's just one example of many. And I'm deeply convinced that this is one of the USPs we have in Europe, and we continue to have in Europe, to have this production linked to world-class services. On TTIP, again, very briefly, I mean, normally I have 4 points to stress on TTIP. I mean, one of them being SMEs, but this is something I will leave to my friend Arnaldo Abruzzini, because he is the very qualified person. And as the time is pretty advanced, let me focus on the most important point concerning TTIP, which for me is the strategic component. And I think if you look at the critique towards TTIP, and if you set aside the folkloric issues like the chlorine chicken and others, what is really left is a general critique towards globalization. And I would say the truth is, whatever we do according to TTIP, globalization happens and will continue to happen. And I think we should be very clear that this is our best opportunity to shape globalization according to our values, Western values. And at this stage, I would also add the FTA we are negotiating with Japan, because of course there is not only the Atlantic in the world, but this is a real strategic issue. And I think we have to be very clear that if we blow this, this will be a major problem for Europe, because at one day there will be a free trade area around the Pacific, not the day after tomorrow, but there will be, and maybe earlier than we think. And if we don't have it in the Atlantic at this stage, I mean, it will be very much at the expense of Europe, less at the expense of the US. So this is really strategic necessity, and I think if we blow this, this is a big problem for us. Let me finish with a very concrete example, and it's a pity, but anyhow, I have other opportunities to talk about this to the Vice President, but it would be a very good example, and I'll stress it the day after tomorrow at the Tripartite Social Summit, which is the unitary patent. Because this is a key example of something we know what to do, we have the political will to do it, but we are not succeeding because we don't have the strength to tell those who are opposing it that they should stay within the limits. So what do I mean? This is something we talk about since 30 years. When I had the chance to serve as the Chief of Staff of the Austrian Prime Minister, we have been in the Council of Laeken in the beautiful Serre du Roi, here, well, very close to here, and the political decision was taken there, that we want the unitary patent. And it's very clear, because this is one of the top 5 no-brainers of the Lisbon process, that if it is more than 10 times more costly and burdensome in Europe to protect your intellectual property, specifically patents, than it is in the US, of course, this is not a driver for innovation. So we have 30 years of discussion, we have 14 or 15 years of political decision, so to say. Now we're pretty close to it, and 10 days ago, the European Patent Office proposed its proposals for the cost side. And to be honest, I must say, and let me be a little blunt, this must be a joke, because what we have at the table is a cost of more than 40,000 euros, which is, according to the way you calculate it, even more expensive than it has been, certainly not cheaper, compared to a price in the US, which is below 4,000 euros. So if this is the result, I mean, this is a total failure. And I'm so much emphasizing on this story, and we'll make a case out of this, Because if in a case we know what we have to do, we have the clear political will, but we are not able to solve it because we are not strong enough at the political level to tell those who are basically focusing on at their monopoly rent, I mean, then we'll not succeed in Europe. And this is just one of many examples we will have to solve. So concluding, and let me conclude on a positive tone, of course, Europe is still a great place to invest, and Klaus-Dieter Reinhardt has said it. I mean, we have 507 million people, 21 million businesses, the world's largest economy, larger than the United States, and the GDP larger than China, Japan, and India combined. So all this has to be bared in mind, and if you look at the top 500 companies in the world, 148 companies are headquartered in Europe, so it's a lot of good things. So Europe is still a jewel, but there's a lot of things we will have to do in order to have it shine tomorrow. As I said, I think we have clear evidence that reforms do pay off. I think we have a window of opportunity, but now we will have the strength to use it on European level, but also on member state level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marcus. And now, as we've said, time is moving on. I know that you're all looking at your watches and counting down to... did somebody mention cocktails? I can't remember. Something was mentioned to me. I don't want to put you under any pressure, Arnaldo, because you have a lot to say. But also, it's important that we have time for questions and so on. So I reckon that we're going to be here for another 25 minutes or so. So we're going to listen to Arnaldo, and hopefully you'll have all your questions ready to go as soon as we can.
You certainly had made my task very easy, identifying myself as the obstacle between now and the cocktail.
The barrier to drink, yes.
But I will try to make out the best of the time. First of all, I want to share with you an historical perspective. And second, I want to ask you a question. The historical perspective is a long history of about 2,000 years. It's the history of Europe. In 2,000 years, Europe, this Europe that we are living in today, has an incredible history in terms of economy. We are the incubators of the modern economy. In terms of technological achievements, we are the inventors of the most incredible technological products. In terms of social rights, we are the creator of the social economy and the social guarantee for employees. We are those that have created the financial system in the world. We are those that have started trading around the globe since 1,000 years. At a certain point, we had been the part of the civilized world that was leading the planet. This is Europe. And at a certain point, something has happened. Other players have started to emerge. And those players have started to conquer portion of our markets, of our technology, of our achievements. And we have started in losing rankings in the world, in losing our predominant position. We have started to feel, well, this is difficult. We maybe cannot do it. We have started to do all sorts of other things that in a normal time we were used to be. This is our history of 2,000 years. Now the question, given the circumstances, I want you to tell me, do you believe that we are in the right path for recovery? Please, raise your hands. Do you believe that we are? Raise your hands. Don't be shy. Do you believe we are not there? Raise your hands. Thank you very much. And indeed, this is exactly the problem where we are. We have so many representatives of the decision-making level in Europe and member states that talk about what we businessmen should be doing. We have so many that tell us you should invest, you should develop, you should trade. Maybe we need something different. Let me give you the perspective from the entrepreneur's point of view. The first thing that I need to create my business is to have a good idea. If I do not have a good idea that I think it could work on the market, I would never create my business. Now, this is a problem in Europe, because since decades, our generations are losing the motivation to create their own business. Why? Not because we are stupid. We are not stupid as Europeans. Trust me. Not at all. But because we are living in an area where the risk-taking is not rewarded. If you fail, you are out of society. In certain regions of Europe, making business is dirty, is bad. Katainen has told us we need profitable business. In certain regions in Europe, making profit is not good. This is where we are living. Therefore, we do need a major investment to revert this cultural approach we have. Otherwise, we will not have businesses in the future. And we will probably all ask Carl to be employees of Hitachi, because they will continue to be a business, because they are very well established. But the new one, they will not dare of doing it. So the major investment, the first investment we need is to change the attitude towards risk-taking. Insolvency procedures. It's a nightmare in Europe. Bankruptcy, terrible. Restructuring of debts, financial debts, another nightmare. This is where we need, and those are issues that are belonging to a certain portfolio also of Mr. Katainen. Second, once that you have a good idea, that you believe that you can take the risk because you will succeed in the market, well, you need money. And there is another problem we have in Europe. Access to finance for a business, specifically a small business or a business to be, a new startup. It is not easy at all. First of all, because always the tendency is that when we need money, we enter a bank. Now, we all know that statistics say that in other regions in the world, the first seed capital, the startup, it is not financed by bank because it's a highest risk. And banks do not get that risk in their portfolio. So we need an equity approach. But in Europe, those that go for equity are 1/3 of the entire society. 2/3 go for debt, for loans. And if you assess risk, and if you are familiar with assessment of financial risks, there are two completely different risks. And therefore, if we want to start up our business or expand our business, we go to a bank instead of go to the capital market. Therefore, we do need a capital market, much more than we need the investments fund that Katainen was telling us, because that is a drop in the ocean. By the way, I'm still curious to understand what is in that fund for the small business. I have heard about infrastructural, trans-European networks. Very good. But what is in it for the small business? I leave a question mark. So we do need a different approach. We do need the capital union. We do need the capital market. That is what we need. And we need a capacity to free the balance sheet of our banks from the non-performing loans, giving them back the capability to give money to the market. Third component, we need skills. Because if you want to make your own business, well, you need to be able of doing it. And you need to be able to find on the market the skills that you need to make your product and your services. Now, skills. If you read statistics, I love statistics because you can talk hours about statistics, from different perspectives. But there is one statistic that says how much in Europe our educational systems are able to deliver the competences that are needed on the market. Well, we are the region in the world where that matching is the lowest. Because our educational system are, at large, very much based on supply, not on demand. We have a list of professors, and I'm not speaking for the College of Europe, that is not engaged today, but we have a list of professors able to deliver certain topics, subjects. But we do not check if those subjects and topics are really requested on the market. While we should link the education and training systems, the academics world, much more to the needs of the business community. That will simplify my life once that I want to be sure that I'm in the digital market. Well, I need someone that will be able to deal with the digital market. And third, and fourth, I need a market to sell and trade my product and my services. Now, markets, from the small business perspective, it's a different notion. You know that for a small business living in Europe, go international means go from Spain to France, from Belgium to the Netherlands. This is go international. And there is, in the perception of the small business, no much difference in the borders within or beyond the European frontiers. Therefore, we do need a single market, as well as we need access to foreign markets. On the single market, we do need a real single market. Why, or what is the main element, barrier to the growth of a business? Is the lack of market. And we in Europe, we are being unable so far to deliver a real single market because differences in our area are so huge. Certainly language that you had mentioned, it is one. That is a barrier that would be very difficult to delete. But we have other barriers. You know, about this borders issue, have you ever thought, what is the value of a border? In the ancient times, before the Roman empires, there were not administrative borders in the world. The borders were territories that you had conquered in the past. The Persian Empire, from here to the sea, from here to the mountains. The Romans have arrived and they have created the administrative borders. Now, whenever you create a border, you create a difference. Those that are in and those that are out. When you create a threshold, you create a difference. Those that are below and those that are above. And borders create conflicts. And this is, again, the history of Europe. We have been creating borders for centuries. And then 6 years ago, we have realized that probably without borders, we can live much better. And we have created the European community. So we are now, and this is a paradox, we are now trying to delete what, in the single market vision, what we have been creating for centuries, the borders. We need a market with no borders. But the theory of the no borders applies also on international scale. The value chains today are global. Certainly we need TTIP. But we need TTIP because of the size, the magnitude of the market, as well as we need all our trade agreement we might have with other countries in the rest of the world. This is what we need from the entrepreneurial perspective, because that will give me market. Now, and I end with this, because probably, how can we achieve all this? And I think that one of the major change that should still occur at European level is that we need much more an entrepreneurial vision of the policy making. Because policy, in the nice way of saying it, should fulfill a vision for society. And a society with no capacity to make business will not be in the roadmap for recovery. Thank you.
Arnaldo, thank you for that very impassioned and precise and concise set of answers. I think I would like to thank the panel for bringing us back to some answers and bringing us back to some clear questions posed to those in authority who were here earlier. I think we'd like to spend a little time making sure that we've got the full appreciation of those answers. If you would like to put questions to the panel, we have some microphones. Is that right? Yes. Let me go straight to the back. We won't perhaps put your hands up after this, and I'll get a sense of how many questions there are, and we can time this properly. But please go ahead at the back. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julian Welch. I'm from the Economic Department, the College of Europe. The Vice President mentioned it also before, that the existence of capital markets are absolutely essential for a well-functioning venture capital and private equity market. And I heard it also in the various speeches before. So, and there's obviously a big difference between the US and the EU capital markets. How would you assess the major differences? Is it all about exit opportunities for young companies or for ventures, which is particularly important for investors, I guess? Thank you very much.
I don't know, both.
The whole panel, whoever wants to take the question.
Why are the Americans better than us? Who's got a... Marcus, have you got a...
Well, I mean, I think I can add on what Arnaldo said, and I would fully agree. I mean, first it is about our, our approach to risk, and this is normally something I also very much underline, and this is one of the major problems I would see in Europe. And you had it earlier also in the debate on this AAA story, and I think the Vice President explained it well. But of course, the nature of risk capital is that it can be lost. And of course, I mean, this is the first thing, and this is something you have to understand. Then, if you look at market capitalization, I mean, if I remember the figures well, we would have capitalization of the shares in Europe, which is about 80% of the European GDP, whereas in the US it is 130%. So it is significantly higher. Well, I mean, historically we of course driven more by banks, but I think the capital market union is an opportunity. Because, I mean, you have heard Mr. Katainen today. I mean, I recently had a longer chat with Lord Hill, and I really get the impression that these people know what they talk about, and this is what we also hear from all the concerned business players. And of course, this goes beyond the headlines, because, I mean, creating these markets means, of course, changing our mindset, but it means changing a number of the legislative acts we have already, and also some of the proposals we have on the floor. And I mean, there is a number of things we can discuss. I mean, this goes for shareholders' rights. I mean, if you overburden the story for those who want to go public, I mean, they will not go public. And if you look at the figures in the last 6, 7, 8 years, we have a delisting of 10% of the medium-sized companies. Because people who are not totally obliged to be on the market, they say, well, it's too burdensome. I don't want to do this. So this is number one. Then there is other things like the small
small companies, a proposal which is on the table for the time being. I mean, again, something which is very important for SMEs. We know that only very low percentage of SMEs goes across the borders, which unfortunately are there. And of course, there again, we need to create a new model where it's easier to establish a company, ideally online with a lower capital requirement than we have it at the time being. So it's a very long list of things, but and some of them very technical, others very much driven by our mindset. But I think for the first time since a while, we have an approach where people seem to understand it and seem to be ready to go in this direction.
Arnaldo, any thoughts? I'm not asking anyone to be an expert on the US situation, but is it a regulatory difference? Is it an availability of capital that investors and small investors more willing to put their money into risk products?
I might not be an expert, but I've been working for a large US investment bank in my previous life. And I can tell you that it is always, as Marcus has said, a problem on how you reward risks. Investing in equity is riskier than investing in loans. You have less guarantee. Now, what is the difference between the American model and the European model? We have heard Vice President Katainen saying, we will use the junior tranche of the public money to have a first loss guarantee to the investors, meaning we are using the public money to decrease the risk of the investment, therefore increasing the rating for those that want to invest, reducing risk. In the US, you do not do this. In the US, you give fiscal incentives to those that they invest. If they lose, they partially recover the money that they have lost through a fiscal advantage. Why? Because in the US, you take the risk in believing that that money invested in a company will create profit that will generate taxes that will repay the loss that you have in the guarantee that you give in the fiscal absorption of the risk that you take. It's a totally different approach. We give public money to reduce the risk. They tell the people, invest, because even if you lose money, you recover partially that money through a fiscal advantage. The approach is wrong.
Something that's harder, of course, for the European Commission to do since they can't control our taxes. But,
maybe.
Yeah.
No, you're first, of course. No, you're first.
I guess the risk awareness or the risk aversion is one issue. From my experience in the US, it's believing in success, very much what you said at the last. And that what you do can be brought to a new product, a new idea, or whatever. You believe in that what you do, also from the just investor side. And that approach to venture capital, this approach to startups in Europe is completely different. So risks on the one side, but I guess even more believing in that it could be a success is missing here. We are pessimistic.
No, maybe very, very small example, which shows that in how far our mindset is translating into legislation. I should have thought about this earlier. In my home country, Austria, they just did so-called tax reform. And one of the results was that they raise the taxation of dividends you would get from corporation, but also from limited companies to 30%, because of course capital is something which is suspicious. And they try to, well, at the end I don't think this will fly because this is not in line with the constitution. They try to leave the taxation of what you earn from passbooks at 25%. Well, I think this says it all. Huh? There's nothing to add.
Right. Can I just also see who would like to get a question in before we round up? 1, 2. Okay, that's a nice manageable number. I can count to 2. David.
David from the economics department. This morning we had talks about growth, and at a certain point we also have questioned whether we really want growth or not. I'm a trained economist, so I do not really question growth, we do want growth, but I think it's worth to ask what type of growth we want, to spend a second on looking at the quality of the growth that we aim to have here in Europe. So I would like just one really brief word from each of you in order to understand what would be your recommendation, the priority that you would give the area in which we should put particular stress and efforts in order to achieve a type of growth that is also leading to job creation. So we have social problems in Europe, so we have to go for growth, but probably we have to prioritize those type of growth in those sectors that are able to create jobs as fast as possible. We have at the conference here we have highlighted and we are trying to give priorities to the digital sector, energy, and TTIP. Could be the internal market for telecoms, could be internal market for transportation, the banking sector. I don't know, out of your experience, if there is one policy area, one part of the internal market that you could recommend to give priority, super priority, in order for smart creation of jobs through growth. Thanks.
Good. Okay. Well, that's the king for a day question. Shall we move? Let's move along the table. If you'd start off, Marcus, briefly.
Well, I'm afraid it's not that easy. I mean, I think there's not this one-off answer, and I would also be careful. I think the areas you stressed are certainly amongst the right ones, but I personally am always very careful when it comes to, because at the end this is a political choice, and this means you have to do a political assessment, what will be the future industries of, let's say, in 10, 15 years, and very often this is wrong. So I think there is no alternative to getting the whole list of things right, to create the framework and to leave it to entrepreneurial initiative to then find the way. So I think what we can do is to really improve the framework, and then it's for the entrepreneurs, for the market to take best use of it.
Thank you. Klaus-Dieter.
Maybe three different answers. First, here in my manuscript was a nice sentence that fits very much on your question from a more philosophical point of view, and that says, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we have borrowed it from our children. So we have a responsibility for future generations, and what we do, especially in growth, should be sustainable, should be so that we are not exploiting any more resources. Second answer, growth for jobs. Kaitan correctly said, jobs will be created if companies make profit. So the first thing that needs to be done is we need to have a market where we can make a profit. It's not driven by jobs. We are not a social institution, I'm sorry to say, but it's a follow-up product. If you're looking to digitization, to the digital economy, the first thing that we see is that there's a big risk for reducing jobs. If you look for robotics, if you look for better processes, if you look in many of these areas, you would see that by first view, the number of jobs will be less than before. If that is a true expectation, or if it will be the contrary, we will see when we have the first market for digital economy. There is a lot of interest in it. We have seen a lot of interest, but a market I would not call it by now. Third answer, yes, unemployment is a huge issue. We need to find ways to give workload to all. And it's part of the targets in the European Commission. But that also requests that there is an understanding that not everybody can be the CEO or having a job in prime companies or whatsoever. By example of Japan, what I see is that there is an environment of creating jobs that are in the service world. If you have a construction site that care for safety, and there are two people standing outside and regulating the traffic. If you are coming out of a parking garage, there's somebody who tells you if the street is clear for leaving it. These kind of jobs are not existing in European Union, and I doubt if somebody would really accept those kind of jobs. So job quality is a different area that we need to respect in this discussion.
Thank you. Arnold?
I think I'm in the same mood of the previous two. But I would like to add two elements. The first element is looking at the cycles, economic cycles, and the time between a peak and a valley. I think that there is one element of our economies that is very much important for the future, which is the so-called KETs, the key enabler technologies. Because we will continue to be in a path of technological development, and all sectors will benefit of that development, as all sectors have benefited of the digitalization of the economy. So that is an angle where much will happen in the future. We don't even know what will happen probably, but it is certainly something that will accelerate the path of the economic cycles in the next future. And the second element is we need to invest, now you might laugh on this, but we need to invest in trust and confidence. We do not believe, you had told me before, you don't believe that we can make it. If we don't believe that we can make it, no investment will be rewarding. How can we invest in trust and confidence? We need to give to everyone a chance to succeed. That is something that we have lost in Europe. We have it. We have lost it. And we need to ask our political leaders to allow us to win. If you read the newspapers in Europe, you have nothing to laugh about. No, it's a dreadful way of communicating who we are. If you read a newspaper on other regions in the world, not only US, other regions in the world, communications is different. We do not communicate only what is wrong. We communicate only also what is good.
Thank you. I'll take that as a personal comment to the media. Last question. You have your microphone.
Thank you. It's a question for everyone in the panel that wants to take it, but maybe for Mr. Ambruzzini especially. You've been saying that low levels of risk tolerance and risk taking in Europe is basically what is to blame for our low growth. But the problem with risk taking is the fact that it goes hand in hand with short-termism, right? The more risk you take, the quicker you want your investment back, or the more sure you want to know that you will get your investment back. And I have the feeling that it is short-termism in the financial markets that got us in the financial crisis in the first place. So my question to you is, how do you decouple risk-taking from short-termism?
Well, we are entering a very technical discussion, but I like it very much. I disagree with you. I agree that in academic terms, risk-taking equal in financial narrative a trader. If I'm a trader, I take and trade risks, and I make money in trading those risks. But there is another approach of that, which is the long-term investing. Even in Europe, and I say even in Europe, now there is a proposal to create this long-term investment instrument, because we have realized all of a sudden that the long-term perspective in risk-taking, it is something that rewards much more than the market, where the traders are. And by the way, the most successful long-term investor is somebody which is called Warren Buffett, which I think it is very successful.
Thank you. Anyone else want to contribute? Trade-off?
No, well, I mean, first I agree with Arnaldo, but I think we have to see this story a little broader. I mean, on the financing and capital market side, and I think the Vice President said it, I mean, you could say securitization or asset-backed securities have also caused the financial crisis, but I think it's a question of how you do it. Of course, if you do it in a way that the issuer has no more contact to the paper anymore, which might have been the mistake, I mean, then you have a problem. But I think there's ways to do it in a way that this is at least partly excluded, and I think this is what they are working at, and this is the point. But I think the question of risk-taking is much broader. And I think it's very much linked to the question in how far are we able to innovate. And this is a key story, because we are a rich continent. We are an aging continent, so one of the answers is, of course, to be more innovative than the others. But how can we be more innovative than the others if we are very afraid from taking risks? And one of the stories is the precautionary principle, and I've been very much criticized by some of the Brussels-based media saying I am against the precautionary principle, which is not true. But I'm against the perversion of the precautionary principle, which is leading to the exclusion of all risks ex ante. We say we have to assess the risks, we have to control the risks, we have to manage the risks, but we have to put the risks in relation to the opportunities we gain. We're working on a principle called the innovation principle, and then we'll have to come to a clear assessment. Because how do you want companies to invest in their research facilities in Europe when they tell me, well, but we are not sure whether the results we are finding here will be acceptable for the European people. And I mean, this goes for shale gas, it's a different story, this goes for nano, this goes for many things. So I think this is a much bigger story. And we don't say we should forget about the risks, but we say we need to come to a balanced approach, and we need to also seize the opportunities, because otherwise we can also do this, but this will happen at a much lower level of wealth, and I think we have to be aware of this.
Thank you. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for your questions. Thank you, members of the panel, for your thoughts. I hope we all leave inspired and with some more ideas than we came in with. I'm sure I certainly do. And do you want to conclude and tell us what we need to do next?
Yeah, there are two conclusions before I also thank you. First, we will draft the gist of all the comments and of all the statements, and hopefully in a few days we will disseminate it across Europe. So you have done very important work here. I would like you to know that. Second, and much more importantly, there are drinks downstairs. So, and it will be in the foyer starting now. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists, and we'll see you again next year. Yeah.